This conference will now be recorded.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ego Chadda, Deputy Director WASME. Heartily welcome all dignitaries and participants for virtual 25th International Conference for SMEs ICSME on SMEs key to all and key to an exclusive and sustainable recovery post-pandemic through Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now I invite Dr. Sanjeev Laik, Executive Secretary WASME, to moderate the session. Let me introduce Dr. Sanjeev Laik. Dr. Sanjeev Laik, currently working as Executive Secretary at WASME, looking after global operation, around 25 years of rich experience in strategy, research, consultancy projects, contributed 18 research papers and actively associated with 15 ministries of Government of India, Harvard Business Review, and ResearchGate, serving as board committee members of Symbiosis University, Noida, India, and IIM New Delhi. Mentorex and IEF recognized by UNESCO Paris, France, Ministry of MSME India, SPJN Global Management School, Dubai, UAE, Tata Consultancy Services, Delhi University, Times Economic Times, Bennett University, Greater Noida, India, Mentorex, Tiflas, Mumbai, Ashtak, India Today, NDPC India, author of book titled MSME, Crash or Opportunity in COVID-19, published by Lab Publishing Europe. Handing over mic to Dr. Sanjeev Laik, Executive Secretary, WASME. Dr. Laik, thank you so much.
Thank you, Megha, for wonderful introduction. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of WASME, I, Dr. Sanjeev Laik, Executive Secretary, was heartily welcome Dr. Subra Kamal Datta. He is the think tank right wing as well as the senior advisor WASME. Dr. K.K. Goel, Assistant Director, MSMEDI, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Our High Excellency Professor K. Janki, Ambassador of Mauritius to Russia. Mr. S.M. Jublur Rahman, Chairman and CEO, Rahman Group Bangladesh, as well as Vice President Bangladesh of WASME in Bangladesh and President of Bangladesh WASME chapter. Mr. Vivek Northall, Chairman, Asia, Netherlands. Ms. Sadia Lakehal, she is the founder, Imperia Industries Connect, Canada. Sri Ajay Thakur, CEO, BSc, SME. Professor Dr. Balvinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, Amity University. Mrs. Sampa Banerjee, Executive Director, WASME. Dr. Sanat Kohli, Chairman, KCC Group. Professor Prasad Gupta, IIM Trichy. Mr. Prabhu Roy, serial entrepreneur. Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, serial entrepreneur and the founder of Virtual Infocom. Sri Sushil Agrawal, Chairman, Aven Limited. Professor Aman Agrawal, IIF, Greater Noida, for contributing their valuable and precious time to make available for this event. I also welcome all the dignitaries and the participants who have taken out their valuable time to participate in this virtual event. As you know, the pandemic has already disrupted our lives as well as the businesses. The COVID-19 crisis has taught us that the pandemic and the containment measures do not impact everyone in the same way. Among the private sector, MSMEs space. I request all the participants to just mute your mic so that we can continue with the smooth operation of our event. Thank you. Sorry for interruption. The COVID-19 crisis has taught us that the pandemic and the containment measures do not impact everyone in the same way. Among the private sector, MSMEs, especially those led by women, youth, ethnic minorities, and migrants, suffered the most. An International Trade Center survey on COVID-19 impact among businesses in 136 countries has shown that nearly 62% women led small businesses have been strongly affected by the crisis compared to just over half of the firms led by men, and the women owned are 20%, 27% more likely not to survive the pandemic. As you know that the Omicron virus has already created havoc. That's why we had to switch over this physical mode of this conference to virtual mode. Now we do not have the idea how much the pandemic will impact the businesses and the society. That is very, very important. And our this is the 25th International Conference for MSMEs. These are SMEs across. We have got member representatives in more than 100 countries. WASME, World Association for Small and Medium Enterprises. We are basically the facilitator for MSMEs across globe, and WASME enjoys consultative and observer status of these the United Nations. So we are already associated with various organizations like Amazon, Tata Nexa, and other organizations. We have been facilitating in all the three verticals of the business, like credit, technology, and the market access. So this conference will give the highlights to the participants about how this pandemic has already impacted businesses of the MSMEs, small businesses, how they can support the businesses so that they can have the recovery during this pandemic. So this theme is also towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Our Honorable Prime Minister has already talked about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we have to have the empowerment of this MSME sector. As you know that MSMEs, they are the backbone of our economy. They contribute 32% of the GDP, 50% to the export, and generating 70 to 80% of the employment. So, and in this pandemic, they are the hardest hit. Government has already taken lots of measures to support them and survive them, and they make them in the recovery mode. So the conference theme is basically on the resilience, recovery after the post-pandemic. So we have got esteemed panel to discuss on the topic. I'm just introducing one of the esteemed panelist, Dr. Subra Kamal. Subra Kamal is there? He has not joined, I think. Okay, we have got another esteemed panelist, Dr. Sharad Kohli. He is the chairman of KCC and very renowned speaker, and already instrumental to support small and medium businesses. He has been already supporting the small and medium businesses in all ways, and he is also the senior advisor to WASME. So he will be just setting the agenda for this today's conference. Dr. Kohli, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev Layak. It's absolutely a matter of pleasure to be part of the WASME International Conference. I remember 2 years ago, we were all within the WASME premises, and we hosted a very nice and elaborate conference where the Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Ashwini Chaubey, also came, and there were a lot of dignitaries who came from across the country and across the world. Now we are in this sad state of affairs where I think virtual seems to be the way out, and I think we have all accepted it without much choice. So thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev Lai. Thank you so much, Megha Chadda, the Deputy Director, WASME. Thank you so much to Dr. Surba Komal Datta, who's probably not joined us yet. And thanks to all the esteemed speakers that I'm seeing on the screen, all the esteemed participants and speakers. Because my time slot is less, I have to go on All India Radio in about 14-15 minutes from now. So I'm saving my time by not naming, with humble apologies, I'm not naming every person who's on the screen. So my due regards to all the people who are on the screen. Yes, very rightly, the opening remarks of Dr. Sanjeev Lai, that pandemic has suddenly changed the way MSMEs, SMEs, they do business. I mean, it has brought out a paradigm shift in the whole sector. Very rightly said, about 30 to 32% is the contribution to the GDP. About 11 to 12 crore people are employed by these MSMEs, although we are yet to have the real data post-pandemic. But these are the pre-pandemic numbers, because post-pandemic, I think a lot of things have changed. But there is one aspect which I would want all the speakers to probably put their thinking caps on, and I would love to have their comments on this when they speak. I'll try and connect in between, but the aspect is that when we talk of MSMEs, when we talk of SMEs, small and medium enterprises, we talk of basically people who are involved either in technology, or people who are either involved in some kind of export and import. But I think the whole Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, which was announced by the Honorable Prime Minister during the pandemic, when self-dependence was the mantra, I think the main focus which India needs to give, and I think this is also a mantra for MSMEs or SMEs, that they should try and launch themselves into manufacturing. I think technology is India's forte, no doubt. If today the Indian techies are not there in the most advanced country in the world, like United States of America. I mean, I was joking with a friend of mine in America. I said, if we take out the Indian minds from America, I can tell you America would come to a standstill. It will completely come to a standstill. Look at the top CEOs of these countries, of these big corporations, not just CEOs, the people who are the fulcrum of these organizations, these corporations, they are Indian brains. So I think the whole concept was that technology is India's forte. And I think these techies have made their mark. I mean, Indian brain in technology is unmatched. I think the whole world has accepted this. When recently we saw Parag Agarwal becoming the CEO of the story of Satya Nadella, the story of Sundar Pichai. I mean, I can just go on and on for rest of the time that I'm allotted, but I would like to keep that away for the moment. I think where India needs to, I'll focus my attention on this particular area, which I hope through this conference may help in promoting SMEs, or this message reaches the people who have not thought about it, or the people who are still in the process of thinking, in the process of implementing. I think manufacturing for me is the magic word which the SMEs should adopt. If we really want to succeed in the +1 China policy, if we want to defeat China economically, I mean, the military part, let's leave it to the military generals, let's leave it to the Indian Army, Air Force and Navy. But economically, each and every Indian entrepreneur is in a position to defeat China. And the magic word, as I said, is manufacturing. So if the young entrepreneurs, I see all of them, there are two things which I have seen, which I think all of you would agree, especially the startups. Correct me if I'm wrong. The first thing they find is they want to make their company highly valuated. They want to go for valuations. They do not focus on bottom lines. Zomato, as of today, is still in major losses. Paytm, as of today, they have all gone to stock markets. They've had big valuations, big money. But I think somewhere down the line, they are probably missing focus that a company runs. Traditionally, we used to call it a Lala company. But I think the one good thing about the Lala company is that it only thinks of profits. And I think that is where our young generation is missing. They are not thinking of bottom lines. They want to get high valuations, sell it off, disappear, and hang the probably company in somebody else's neck, and that somebody else again wants to gain on valuation, pass it on to somebody. So the billion dollar question is ultimately who is going to get the fruits of profit. That is the first point I would like the young SME promoters, people who are thinking of coming in SME line. I think that is the first point I would like to highlight. And the only other point I would like to highlight is what I said in the beginning, that is manufacturing. I think the zeal to set up a manufacturing unit, it used to be there 2 generations or 1 generation ago. I mean, we used to hear, I mean, starting from JRD Tata, starting from Mr. Birla, starting from Dhirubhai Ambani, I think manufacturing used to be their forte, but somewhere as the generations moved down, manufacturing was thought to be a taboo. Manufacturing was thought to be a headache. Manufacturing was thought to be a loss-making proposition. Manufacturing was thought to be troublesome. I think it is high time now that this generation needs to get out of that mindset. Only by focusing on manufacturing, China has become world's second largest economy, worth 15-16 trillion dollars, only and only on the strength of economical, cheaper, call it whatever. Let's not focus on the quality aspect. I mean, everybody knows the quality, although in China has all kinds of products. But I think manufacturing has been the key word. I have traveled in good times, not in pandemic times. I have traveled across China, length and breadth, from Shanghai to Beijing, from Guangdong to northmost portion. I found that the manufacturing clusters which have been built for SMEs, I think they set an example before rest of the world, and the world just thought that let us use their factories. We are getting something very inexpensive. Let us use their factory. Why today 70 to 80 to 90% of our electronics is totally dependent on China? What is wrong with Indian minds? What is wrong with Indian SMEs? Why can't Indian SMEs, when there is plenty of land here, there is a lot of government support now available. We've heard of PLI schemes. We've got ease of doing business index growing by the day. What is preventing our young entrepreneurs or middle-aged entrepreneurs from going into manufacturing? I think I would like to set the motion of this conference by setting this theme, and I think Dr. Sanjeev will agree, and he will carry through this theme all through the day as the conference progresses, that come what may, we'll have to boost our manufacturing processes, manufacturing lines, manufacturing mandates. Whatever needs to be done should be done. And I think a platform like WASME cannot be anything better, where we can probably invite, we can launch schemes, we can launch initiatives, we can probably reach out to people who hesitate from manufacturing. I can tell you with conviction, I think I will not take much time because there are other speakers lined up as well. And I would love to hear, just before I have to leave for a show in All India Radio, I would love to hear at least some of the speakers about their thoughts on manufacturing, because India, if you look at certain pockets of the country, I mean, there are towns here famous for Moradabad for probably brass, Saharanpur probably for wooden work, Bareilly for something. But I mean, manufacturing needs to come out of this city famous things. We need to build these clusters the way China has done. There is no harm in copying something nice which somebody has done. We can leave out the vices and pick up the good things which China has done. And this is one thing that I love. I mean, there's nothing about China that I like, honestly speaking. But I think the focus, the way government supported, it was flabbergasting. The way government supported the manufacturing. They said, all we need is an entrepreneur. We will provide you everything. We'll give you land. We'll give you capital. We'll give you a market. There is no dearth of market in China, because they straight away launched themselves into exports. Somebody manufacturing a small toy had the whole world as the market. And I think it is not at all difficult, because China had a problem of language. China had a problem of being a communist country. China had a problem of being a part dictatorship. We all know that. China had a problem of, ease of doing business in certain regards, if not in everything. But I think India has none of these problems. India can be more global than China. So I think I would like to set the motion and the theme by being an advisor to WASME also, that let today's conference be devoted, dedicated, and focused on manufacturing, how SMEs can come forward and set up their small units anywhere in the country, not just in in Gurugram, not just in Bhiwandi, not just in Bhiwadi, not just core tech industrial areas, but I think the whole of India, except for the agricultural part, is available for you to make an investment. And I think it can start from one shed, one small room for starting small manufacturing, and then you can gradually grow to look at the stories of all the industrialists. Somebody started on a bicycle, somebody started in a 10 by 10 room, somebody started in a small tin shed, somebody started in a backyard of their house, somebody started, on the roadside corner, I would say a dhaba kind of a thing. And today these stories have become really big. I think so. That is the motion I would like to set. And my hearty thanks to all the participants whom I can see on the screen. It's wonderful to see all of you. And I'm sure we are all dying to hear from you. I'll try and join back soon after my brief radio show is over. Over to you, Dr. Sanjeev. And I hope the conference goes on well, and we don't feel the that we are missing the physical aspect of the conference. Let's try and use this time to the best, most constructively, so that the conference is able to achieve its objective. My hearty thanks to all the people who are present here on the screen and who are likely to join. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli, for setting the motion or the platform for the other speakers also. And this pandemic is the boost for the manufacturing sector in case of the pharmaceutical and others. So they are just, doing very well. And today's conference theme is basically towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. And so you have rightly said about the Chinese and other countries example that they have the manufacturing hub. So manufacturing will be the new normal. You have to have the manufacturing to drive growth and support the MSMEs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have got another esteemed speaker, Sri Ajay Thakur. He is the CEO of BSc SME. Let me have Sri Ajay Thakur is there. Okay, he has not joined it. So we have got Dr. Subra Kamal Datta. He is the think tank right wing. He has joined, I think. Dr. Datta, can you hear me? Dr. Datta, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I don't
hear
think
you.
he has.
Yes,
Dr.
yes.
Datta, how are you? This is Sharad Kohli.
Yeah.
Good to be having you here.
Fine, Sharad, how are you?
I'm good, fine. We were dying to listen to you before me, but I had to step in your shoes and speak first.
No issues. I was sent the link late, actually.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry about that.
So I invite you to just give your thoughts to this particular conference, International Conference for SME, sir.
So is it Sharad speaking or?
He has
No,
already
Dr.
completed.
Datta, I've spoken, waiting for you. I kept on speaking, and
Okay.
I finished my brief dialogue.
Oh, I missed your wonderful speech, I should say. Well, I can see several recognizable faces here. Good afternoon, Dr. Lake, and good afternoon, my dear friend Sharad. And
We can't see Dr. Datta. Dr. Datta, we can't see you. I mean, I think there's some camera issue.
Just a second, let me just check out.
Dr. Sanjeev, can you ask Megha? Can you sort out the camera issue, because are the others able to see Dr. Datta?
Earlier.
Yes, earlier. Now he is not there. Earlier he was there.
Yes, we were able to see him.
Yes,
Now
I
he's
can
not.
Maybe. Okay.
Okay.
He's there.
Am I visible now?
Yes,
He's
you
back.
are
Very
right.
smart.
You
Looking
are
very
right.
smart.
Yeah.
You are very
Well,
well visible, sir.
IT has issues at times, so we cannot help in virtual scenarios. But having said that, our main intention was to organize this conference at a physical level in Scope Complex, and it was supposed to be held today. But because of the new variant, and this new variant is quite dangerous, so we were forced to shift this conference to the month of February. in every likelihood, we will be having this conference around mid of February as such. And I would invite all of you to be a part and parcel of the physical conference and the award ceremony that time. Well, it's a pleasure being here with all of you, and it is lovely seeing so many recognizable faces out here. Once again, I wish my very good afternoon to Dr. Lake, to Megha, as well as Sharad and others. Well, as you all know that the pandemic has been creating havoc across the world as such, and India is no exception. India has also been reeling under the pandemic, whether it was the initial COVID-19, then came in the Delta variant, and now we have this Omicron coming over, and it's again creating havoc as such. So in this kind of a pandemic situation, we have to move ahead in life, and everyone has to perform his or her duties as such for survival and for basic needs as such. So the situation right now is quite abnormal, and the situation is not normal as such. We were expecting the situation to normalize by December this year, but once again the new variant is creating a lot of havoc across the world, and India is also reeling under the new variant as such. Today only the reports which I was going through, I came to know that almost around 60 to 70 people have been affected by the new variant. There is section 144 in Mumbai today and tomorrow, and it might continue because of the new variant. Delhi is no exception. In Delhi also 2 to 3 cases have been reported so far, and there are some more potential cases who are under treatment in the LNGP hospital. So obviously in this kind of a chaos, one has to be very cautious, and one has to be very, very one has to be very preventive in this kind of a scenario. It is true that last 2.5 years has been quite devastating across the globe, and also in India. But in this devastation also, I do see a ray of hope, and I do see a ray of light as such, because in the last couple of months, in the last 4 to 5 months, if you look into the Indian economy, the growth rate of the Indian economy has been very, very substantial. It has been double digit as such. And at the same time, we are galloping ahead as such. And today, in the last 6 months, in the last quarter and the previous quarter, before that, if we analyze the growth story of our country, under the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, we find that the growth in our country has been very, very stupendous, and it is almost around 20 to 22% as such, and it is the highest growth rate for any country across the globe as such. No other country of the world is matching the Indian growth story, even in this pandemic situation, like the way we have done it. Again, like in terms of the vaccination, if you look into the latest data which I have from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, almost around 1,033 to 34 lakh people have been vaccinated. Out of that, almost 50% have attained the double vaccine, and almost around 80% to 85% of the eligible adult population of our country is vaccinated at least by 1 dose as such. So this itself is a stupendous achievement as such, and definitely this all caters to the pivotal notion of the Honorable Prime Minister in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat and Unnat Bharat as such. Esteemed organizations like WASME and together with other institutions are playing a very pivotal role in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat and Unnat Bharat. It is need of the hour for all of us to move ahead in this direction, because if we understand that if we have to make India sustainable, if we have to make India strong, and if we have to make India stand up on her feet once again after the devastating pandemic, then we have to focus on some important areas which would cater to this stand up kind of a notion of India as such, and which would cater to the Atmanirbharta of India as such. And for making Atmanirbhar Bharat and for making Unnat Bharat, it is very, very important for us to focus on some important areas of the industry, as well as at the MSME sector, and also in relation to the agricultural sector of our country. I was studying some reports of the UPA government, and I would like to share some very important pieces out here from that government, which from that report which was submitted by the UPA government during the vote on account just before the 2014 election. The then finance minister of the UPA government had said on record in Lok Sabha as well as in Rajya Sabha during the vote on account debate that almost around 5.5 lakh small scale and medium and cottage industry sector of our country had got devastated because of the uncontrolled globalization process, and they were on the verge of extinction or they had already collapsed as such. So with that kind of a legacy, the new government came into power. When a legacy in which the MSME industry was already devastated as such. So the first 5 years of the Modi government was specially catered in relation to rejuvenation of the MSME industry, in relation to the rejuvenation of the MSME sector and the agricultural sector of our country as such, and the pivotal focus which was given to the Ministry of Agriculture, to the Ministry of Textile, as well as to the Ministry of MSME and the Ministry of Rural Development in the first 5-year tenure of the Modi government, that actually help in this rejuvenation process as such. But unfortunately, after the second tenure of the Modi government, 2 years after that, the devastating pandemic came into surface as such, and India was also devastated by the pandemic as such. So all the good work which were initiated in the first tenure of the Modi government, this actually got topsy-turvied by the second tenure because of the pandemic as such. And once again, the MSME sector, the rural economy, the agricultural sector of our country once again started suffering because of this pandemic as such, and the kind of the influx of the daily wage laborers during the time of the pandemic and the havoc which was created across the country because of the pandemic. This is something which is known to everyone as such. And the first phase of the pandemic, we as a responsible as responsible citizen of our country, as responsible people of our country, I was deeply involved with the health ministry that time, as in fighting out the pandemic at the front line as such, with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and also with other agencies of the government of India. So first 6 to 7 months or 8 months as such, we were absolutely speechless, and we were absolutely in doldrums to understand the genealogy or to understand the DNA structure of COVID-19 virus as such. It took almost around 8 to 9 months for the health fraternity of our country to understand and to decipher the DNA structure of this deadly virus as such. We all knew that it was a man-made virus which was exported from China to across the globe, and also to a country like India as such. It originated in Wuhan, in the laboratories in Wuhan. There is no doubt about that. But because it was a man-made virus, therefore it was very difficult for us to understand the DNA structure of this virus as such. It took almost around 8 to 9 months for the medical fraternity of our country to understand the basic mutation process of this virus as such. So in that 8 to 9 months of the first phase of the pandemic, there was a havoc across the country as such. Then once we understood about the DNA structure, about the mutation of this virus, then a lot of time took place for the medical fraternity to find out the chain and to understand the chain of this virus. And then by that time, the second wave of the pandemic came in our country, and the second wave was much more devastating as such. But that is the time when the Prime Minister gave in a clarion call for the whole country to come together and to work together and to make vaccination process as fast as possible, and also to vaccinate the people as fast as possible as such. In the initial phase, we did not have masks with us. We were importing bad quality masks from China as such, and China was taking in a heavy money from us for exporting all this bad mask as such. So that was the condition of the medical fraternity in relation to this new virus as such. But the Prime Minister then gave a call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and he had appealed to the women folk of our country. He had appealed to the artisan of our country. He had appealed to the people in the rural area of our country that when you all can create wonders from muslin, And when you all can create wonders from beautiful clothes, why don't you all also start weaving this mask as such, the three-layered N95 mask as such. The people in our country understood the seriousness of the call of the Honorable Prime Minister, and everyone in the rural areas, in the small villages, they started small centers in developing this mask as such, in weaving this mask as such, and by the time the second stage of the pandemic came, we as a country, initially when we did not even have 5,000 masks with us, we started exporting across the globe this health masks to any other country across the globe as such, and through that, a huge amount of foreign capital came to our country because of this huge upsurge in export of the masses across the mask across the globe as such, and that actually actually started in rejuvenating the the rural economy of our country, because there was a tremendous boost up to the rural economy because of this new dynamism which was followed as such, After that came in the vaccination process, the health fraternity of our country, the scientists of our country, and the medical fraternity of our country. They did wonders in relation to the vaccine. Everyone in the West used to talk that time in the vaccines in India will not be up to the mark, whether it's the Covaxin or whether it's the Covishield as such. And today, most of the countries across the world are actually requesting for vaccine from India, whether it's Covaxin or whether it's Covishield as such. During the second stage of the pandemic, when the whole world was reeling under devastation, we as a nation, we had donated vaccines to several countries across the globe as such, in terms of billions of doses as such, besides catering to our local population as such, and the way things were synchronized, the way things were expedited by the government of India by taking the whole vaccination process under its domain in total coordination with the state governments. Today we have done remarkable wonders in relation to the vaccination process, and today it is a wonder story as such, that India has become the #1 country in terms of highest doses of vaccination across the globe. It is the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister that we have been able to achieve more than 1 billion plus doses of vaccine as such, it's almost around 1 billion 35 lakhs as such, the total vaccination which has been done so far. Even yesterday, around 75 lakhs of vaccine doses were given to the population which were still not vaccinated as such, and every day the number is almost between 75 to 1 crore as such, 75 lakhs to 1 crore as such. So all this process has actually generated a lot of fill up in relation to the Atmanirbhar Bharat, in relation to the Unnat Bharat process of our country, because the Honorable Prime Minister always says that if India has to become a success story across the globe, if India has to achieve the success story as such, we have to be Atmanirbhar. Once we become Atmanirbhar, the Unnata of the nation or Unnat Bharat will automatically come. Atmanirbharta of the country will come only, not only by made in India, it has to be make in India also as such. So the pivotal notion of the Prime Minister's clarion call in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat is actually more depicted, and it's more focused in relation to the make in India process as such. Because if it is make in India will automatically make it into made in India, and made in India will actually fulfill the whole process as such, So the government of India has given in a lot of booster packages as such, because I'm closely related with the ruling party and with the ruling government as such. So I do understand the series of booster packages which has been announced by the Finance Ministry, especially in relation to the middle class population of our country, especially in relation to the underprivileged population of our country, especially in relation to the agricultural sector, the textiles sector, the MSME sector, and the rural sector of our country. These boost up packages which have come one after another in series as such since the time of the pandemic as such. All these have created a kind of a booster kind of a scenario for the rejuvenation of the rural economy as such, because anyways, even now, directly or indirectly, the Indian economy is directly or indirectly still related with the rural sector, still related with the agricultural sector as such, still even now directly or indirectly 70 to 80% of the Indian economy is still semi-urban or rural in nature as such, So this is the backbone of our country, the semi-urban areas and the rural areas as such. And if we do not make them self-sufficient, if we do not make them unnat, if we do not make them pragatishil, or if we do not make them dynamic, the growth story of India will not be successful as such, because the Prime Minister always says that India will become successful the day it becomes Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is not only Unnat Bharat and or it is not only Unnat India or Atmanirbhar India as such, because the Atmanirbhar India or the Unnat India part of it is hardly around 10% of the total population of our country. The rest of the population of our country is semi-rural, or it's semi-urban, or it's rural in nature as such. So therefore, if we really have to make India successful as a superpower or as a power of the Indo-Pacific division or of the Asia-Pacific region, we have to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have to make the Bharat or the rural part of India Atmanirbhar as such, So it is with that kind of a mechanism in mind, the Honorable Prime Minister has given the clarion call in relation to Unnat Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bharat as such, and he has actually asked in industrial sectors as well as the academic sectors, the media, the bureaucracy, and also pivotal institutions like WASME, PhD, and others to come forward and to make this process, stupendous, to make this process more dynamic as such, And it is the clubbing of resources, it is the clubbing of hands, it's the clubbing of population of our country, under a dynamic umbrella, which will actually make India Atmanirbhar, and which will actually make India unnat as such, And in that, make in India, skill India, digital India, these are very vital components as such, Like, the digitization of the country is very, very vital in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat, in relation to Unnat Bharat as such. In the same way, like a Make in India as such, or for that matter, Fit India movement as such, or for that matter, Skill India movement, these are extremely, extremely important for making India Atmanirbhar as such. Our health sector is doing stupendous work as such. Our health sector has done wonderful work in relation to the pandemic as such, and the growth story of the health sector is stupendous as such. In the same way, if you look into the boost up which the government of India has given in relation to the road construction, in relation to the defense components in the in the remote areas as such, if you look into the focus of the government of India just recently, the wonder which has been created by the Purvanchal Express as such, who could ever imagine that a Hercules aircraft could fly down into a expressway as such, and this achievement has been achieved in Purvanchal Express as such. I was fortunate during the time of the inauguration of the Purvanchal Express, I was fortunate to interact with several officials of the UP government as such, and I had seen with my own eyes also whenever I had gone there, and the kind of structure which has been developed, in relation to the roadways, in relation to the railways, in relation to the footpaths, in relation to the electrification of the railway lines, in relation to the construction of series of dams as such, Like, there is another huge expressway which is coming up in the Bundelkhand area. There is one more which is coming up, which will be inaugurated within another month's time. The Western Corridor as such, which would link up Delhi right up to Rishikesh as such, and Dehradun as such, going via Meerut as such, So these are actually important, vital components of the government of India in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat, in relation to Unnat Bharat as such, and all these huge expressways are going through semi-urban and rural areas as such. I mean, almost after 70 years of Indian independence, today Manipur has the railway connection. Today Arunachal has the railway connection, which was never there in the last 70 years as such. I mean, just recently the Honorable Prime Minister had inaugurated the Imphal railway station as such. Just couple of 2 or 3 months back as such. Even if you look into the far-flung areas of the northeastern region, whether it's in Mizoram, whether it's in Meghalaya, or whether it's in other parts of remote corners of the country in northeast, whether it's in Sikkim, like, I mean, railway lines are being established as such, which people of those areas could have never ever dreamt of railway lines in the past as such. People in Leh, Ladakh, for that matter, or people in Srinagar, in Jammu and Kashmir, they are fortunate today to have the railway links as such, which has been possible only because of the far-sighted vision of the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. And when we are focusing in all these rural areas, when we are focusing in all these remote areas, all these areas are automatically coming under the economic and the financial growth story of the country as such. They are coming under the economic ladder of the country as such, because the Honorable Prime Minister always says that if India has to be unnat, if India has to be Atmanirbhar, the vanchit areas or the deprived areas of our country, has to be Atmanirbhar. They have to come within the growth story as such. They have to come within the economic growth story as such. And he always says that at least and until the eastern part of India comes under the growth story, comes under the economic ladder, or for that matter, remote areas of Chhattisgarh or remote areas of Kerala or Tamil Nadu, at least and until they come under the growth story, under the success story of the growth ladder, Atmanirbhar Bharat cannot take place as such. And it is here where institutions like WASME should play in a very pivotal role as such, not only by organizing seminars and conferences in metropolitan cities like Delhi, or for that matter in other metropolitan areas, or virtual conferences like the way we are having it today, but at the same time, WASME as an institution should focus on those rural areas, should focus on those semi-urban areas of the northeastern part of our country, in the remote areas of Lakshadweep, in the remote areas of Andaman Nicobar, or for that matter in Leh, Ladakh, or in Jammu and Kashmir as such. And esteemed institutions like WASME, which is so well developed in relation to research and development, it is the responsibility of esteemed institutions like WASME and its allied organizations to play a pivotal role in relation to this process, which is a clarion call of the government of India as such. And I think WASME as an organization should club up its resources with its international partners, as well as with its plethora of Indian partners and Indian business houses, in joining this clarion call of the government of India, in joining this clarion call of the Honorable Prime Minister. There has to be a proper synchronization of collective effort of institutions like WASME with the important departments, with the important ministries of the government of India. I do see some of my representatives from the Ministry of Small Scale and Medium Industry, some of my very dear friends as such. So this collective connection, this collective coordination is very, very vital for Atmanirbhar Bharat as such, as well as for Unnat Bharat. We are into the 75th years of Indian independence as such, and the Prime Minister has given a call for a Azadi ke Maha Amrit Utsav, 75 saal Azadi ke Maha Amrit Utsav as such. And this year has been dedicated for 75th year of the Indian independence celebration as such. So by the time we go to the 15th August of 2022, we all should have some achievements in our hands in relation to this 75th year of the Indian independence, in relation to Unnat Bharat, in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat as such. The conference conference which we were trying to organize on the 11th of December today in a physical mode. It was purely dedicated with this notion as such, with this agenda as such. But unfortunately, we could not do it because there were restrictions and there were suggestions from the ministry that we should postpone this to the month of February as such, and taking into the important suggestions being given by the ministry as such, we have shifted this conference to the month of February, in the mid of February, subject to the COVID protocol that time and the COVID scenario that time as such. But I think the second best way of spreading this idea was through this virtual conference as such. It was done at a very short notice, and I really congratulate Dr. Lake and his team, especially Sanjeev ji, you, as well as Megha and others, for organizing this beautiful virtual conference on such a short notice, so that at least we can fill up to this main agenda of organizing series of physical conferences in 2022, depending on the situation of COVID as such. And it is a prelude to that conference in 2022, in which we would also honor in a number of people from the small scale, medium and cottage enterprise with awards who have done exemplary work in relation to Atmanirbhar Bharat, in relation to Unnat Bharat as such. And also we would be having plethora of esteemed guests from different embassies as well as from the ministries and other organizations and academic institutions who would be partnered to this conference in February, if the COVID norm permits that time as such, and if everything becomes more or less normal by then as such, and otherwise, depending on the rules and regulations that time, we will have to move ahead as such. But my only appeal to all of you is, like, besides our own responsibility of feeding ourselves as well as our family, we do have a responsibility towards the society. We do have a responsibility towards the country as such, because if I always say that if the country is Atmanirbhar, the society will become Atmanirbhar. If the society is Atmanirbhar, the local samaj will become, or the local community will become Atmanirbhar. If the local community is Atmanirbhar, the family of individuals will be Atmanirbhar. If the family of individual is Atmanirbhar, we as an individual, we will be Atmanirbhar as such. We have to be a guiding force for the future generation. We have to show them the path ahead as such. So a lot of responsibility lies on us, because we are in a threshold. We have seen the previous generation. We are also interacting with the future generation. Therefore, we are in a threshold of a very important scenario, in which if we show them the perfect guidance, if we guide them properly, if we club our resources properly, then we will be able to make India the number one country across the globe as such. And that is not an impossible task. We can become a global power. We can become an economic power in the Indo-Pacific region. I would say that in the Indo-Pacific region, we have already become an economic power as such, because we are recently, only 3 or 4 days back, there was a report which came out that India has become the 4th strongest country in Asia in terms of economic and financial resources as such. I was checking into the overall reserve of our country in relation to the reserve of the Indian economy. Today we are almost around 3.75 trillion US dollars as such. The overall economy of the country is around 2.75 trillion US dollars. So I think by another 2 or 3 months or 4 months maximum, we will become a 4 trillion economy, and by 2022, I would say that we will become a 5 trillion economy as such, the way the growth story of the country is moving ahead as such. And if we grow in this manner, and if we use our collective resources in this manner, then I think by 2029, India will definitely become a $10 trillion economy. It will not take 2035 to become a $10 trillion economy as such. The mission of the Honorable Prime Minister is also to make India $10 trillion economy by 2029 as such. And I think that is a very, very achievable mission, provided we all come together. Our main motion, our main agenda should be to make rural India Atmanirbhar. If we can make rural India Atmanirbhar, if we can channelize the process of the growth story, if we can channelize the process of the economic benefit of the urban area in relation to the semi-rural and the rural areas, I think India will definitely become a $10 trillion economy by 2029 as such. Therefore, I think pivotal institutions like WASME plays a very important role in this. Let us once again join hands together so that we can say very proudly that India was not only a wonder that was India, India is a wonder that is India, and India will be a wonder that is India. But for making that India a wonder that is India, a lot of responsibility lies on us as well as with the younger generation. We need to show them the way out. We need to be the beacon of light for them as such. And let us join hands. Let us go ahead in this process. I wish all of you all the best and a very, very good luck for a bright future. Please be very, very, very cautious in relation to the new variant as such. Social distancing, mask, sanitizers, these are very important. We should make it a motto in our mind that we should have all this whenever we go for any public dealing as such. And as far as possible, as of now, we should work on the virtual mode. Let us hope that within another 1 month's time, this new variant will also be controlled, and I'm sure we will be able to control it in a much better way than any other Western country as such, because of the dynamic leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. Once again, I congratulate all of you for this lovely afternoon in relation to this virtual conference on such an important issue. Thank you so much. Vande Mataram. Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for highlighting all the government initiatives for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now we have another esteemed panelist, Sri Ajay Thakurji is there. And before inviting him, he is the CEO of BSc SME, and he has been instrumental in just empowering SMEs to next level. So, Sri Ajay Kumar Thakur, are you there, sir? So
yes, I am there. Can you see me?
Okay. No, not seeing you. Yeah. I can see. Sir, I just interrupting you. Before inviting you for this your important talk, let me just announce of our WASME's 26th International Conference for SME that will be organized in Johannesburg in South Africa next year. That will be between 7 and 9 of December next year, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to just invite Sri Ajay Thakurji. He is very instrumental in just in supporting SMEs, and we have also initiated some things that just lead the SME tag and make the SMEs the unicorn. So under the dynamic leadership of Sri Ajay Thakurji, I think we can be able to achieve our target. Sri Ajay Thakurji, sir, please highlight on the topic, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev ji. It's a pleasure to be here on this platform. I think I am audible to everyone.
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
Okay, thank you. As already given the introduction about me, that I am heading the SME and the Startup Exchange of BSE, Bombay Stock Exchange, and in last 2 years, even though we were going through Corona, but the stock market Sensex has already touched so many new milestones. In last 2 years, we have seen almost 60 million new investors getting added to the capital market, and we have seen huge funds inflow. In fact, last 7-8 months, we have seen various companies raising almost 18 lakh crore rupees from the capital market. So this is the beauty of the capital market, what we are seeing today. Though BSE is 147 years old organization formally, informally it is more than 200 years old, and BSE has created the equity culture in this country. So taking it forward, we have started the SME exchange. Though earlier guidelines were relaxed, even the small companies, when Reliance got listed, it was small, and Infosys got listed, it was small. But later on, because of some malpractices has happened onto the stock exchange, the regulators have taken stringent actions and make guidelines more stricter, more stringent, and therefore it became impossible for small and medium companies to get listed. So there were representation by the SME Industrial Association to the Prime Minister in 2010. At that point of time, the Prime Minister was Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he has formed a committee. The committee has given the recommendation of launching SME exchange for the benefits of small and medium entrepreneurs, so that they can raise funds to the capital market and get listed. So in 2010, SEBI came out with the guidelines of SME stock exchange, and according to that guideline, any company whose paid up capital is less than 25 crore or up to 25 crore can get listed on the SME platform of the stock exchange. So we don't go as per the guidelines of the MSME ministry. BSE guidelines is totally different. We don't go as per the investment in land, building, plant and machinery. We just say that if your company's post-issue paid-up capital is below 25 crore, you are eligible to get listed on the SME platform of the stock exchange. So this was the guideline that has been formulated. And besides that, there were other guidelines, but they are very much technical in nature, so I don't want to elaborate here. I have been told that I have got 10, 15 minutes to speak. So in 10, 15 minutes, I would like to touch upon those points which are very specific in nature. So besides that, BSE has also come out with its own guideline. And our guideline says that any company who are meeting 3 eligibility criteria of the stock exchange, that is, number 1, the company needs to be in existence for a minimum period of 3 years. Number 2, the net tangible asset of the company should be 1.5 crores, and there should be operating profit in any one of the preceding 3 years. So if the company is meeting if the company is meeting all these 3 eligibility criteria, then they can get listed on the SME platform of the stock exchange. So you meet these 3 eligibility criteria, and your paid up capital, if it is below 25 crores, you are eligible to get listed onto the stock exchange. Now, many of the people get confused by the word company. They think that if they are proprietorship concern or partnership concern or private limited or LLP, they are not eligible to get listed, or their track record will not be taken into consideration. No, we are taking the track record of earlier form, that is partnership or proprietorship or LLP or private limited companies track record into consideration. So even if you are in existence as this type of firms for 3 years or 4 years, you are eligible to get listed onto the SME platform of the stock exchange. So these are the eligibility criteria. Now the question arises, let me tell you, I have started this SME exchange in India. I have started a startup exchange in India. In last 10 years, I have met almost 36,000 promoters, spoken on 1,500 seminars, and my team together have spoken on 2,500 seminars. And after meeting 36,000 promoters, 356 companies got listed, 356 SMEs got listed. So it's a very difficult task, and I can understand because of the lack of financial literacy, these problems arises. And in India, financial literacy is very less, and when it comes to equity, it's much lesser. So this is the problem that we are facing. Many of the promoters say that, sir, post listing we have to do lots of compliances. So these are the major bottlenecks which are stopping the promoters to get listed onto the stock exchange. But let me tell you, when I was giving the statistics, 356 SMEs got listed, but let me tell you, they have created a market capitalization or value for themselves of 42,500 crore. This 356 company has a value of 42,500 crore onto the stock exchange. This is the value that they have unlocked over the years. Another 60 companies are in pipeline, and I am quite hopeful that very soon these companies will get listed. Now, many of the times question arises that why should I get listed? I'm getting the funds from bank. why should I go for listing? So let me tell you what are the benefits of listing, why the company should go for listing. There are few benefits that I'm elaborating. Number one, there are two ways of raising funds. One, of course, debt funding. Most of the SME promoters go for debt funding, but there is another option whereby by diluting your equity, and minimum dilution here is 25%. By diluting your equity, you can raise funds, you can use these funds for expansion, acquisition, etc. And let me tell you, equity fund is different than debt funds, because you don't have to service equity funds. If you are taking loan, every month you have to keep on servicing. But equity funds doesn't require any servicing. You have to just focus on your business. With these funds, you have to expand your business, you have to increase your profitability, and the investors who are investing in your company will be rewarded because of the growth of your company. So that is the one benefit that the promoters can take out of this SME stock exchange. By diluting their equity, they can raise funds. Number two, let me tell you, I have seen 36,000 balance sheet over the years, and let me tell you what I have observed, that their turnover, ranges between 5 crores to 600 crores, but the profitability ranges from few lakh rupees maximum to 3 to 4 crores in 95% of the company. 5%, yes, I have seen the balance sheet to be healthy, but in most of the cases this is the situation. And the one very important factor that I found was that most of these balance sheets were over leveraged. The promoters have taken a lot of debts onto their books, and especially at the time of economic downturn, it's very difficult to service these loans. And many of the times it has given me the impression that whether the promoter is working for the company or for servicing the debt. So this is a very big problem that I have observed. But once the equity funds come into your company, it really become a balance sheet. Otherwise it is a imbalance sheet. Now when equity funds come, debt equity ratio becomes healthy, cash outflow reduces, and balance sheet looks very healthy, and the promoters enjoying the valuation or enjoying the business very well. That's the another benefit. Third, a stock market listing is nothing but unlocking the value of the company. You move from normal business to unlocking the value of the company. Stock markets give you the value, understands the value, and this is different than the physical assets that is there in your company. So this is the third benefit. Fourth benefit is, the trust level of the promoters increases, the credibility of the promoters increases post listing. Okay, when you write on your visiting card, listed company on the stock exchange, it gives you a new dimension. Okay, and people start giving you a lot of respect. So that is another benefit that you get. The trust of all the stakeholders increases into your company, and it helps more in unlocking the value of the company. Now fifth benefit is the visibility. Once you are listed, traded onto the stock exchange, the company's visibility increases manifold. Okay, so this is the another benefit. Now sixth benefit, your equity becomes a currency. Okay, many of the promoters don't know where their share certificate is lying. They don't understand the value of those share certificates. But once you give the equity to the investors and they get listed onto the stock exchange, they are traded, it becomes a currency. It becomes a valuable currency. And let me tell you, only two persons issue the currency: one, the Reserve Bank of India governor, and other the promoters of the company. But when the Reserve Bank of India governor issue the currency, and say for example it's a 2,000 rupee currency, he writes on that I promise to pay the bearer 2,000 rupee note. Okay, and under that he signs it. So that's the place, that's the promise that the Reserve Bank of India governor gives you. But this currency has got demerit in this way, that with inflation the value of the currency reduces. But when the promoters issue the shares into the market, and as the business improves, the share prices improve. That's why equity is called a hedge, natural hedge against the inflation. Okay, and once the share prices moves up, the wealth of the promoters also started increasing. But let me tell you, the promoters of the company are more powerful than the governor of India, because they never promise to pay the bearer the value of the shares that they have issued. It means that if the share prices keeps on moving up, not only the investors who are staggered because the shares are lying with many of the shareholders, but it's the maximum promoters whose value has started going up. But if the share price comes down because of some or other disruptions, because investors are more like, partner in nature, they don't start making hue and cry. They remain with the company for longer period, and once the situation starts improving, they enjoy the benefit of their share appreciation. So that's the another benefit. And the last benefit that the promoter can draw by getting the company listed is that this share certificate becomes a collateral. Okay, it is also treated as a collateral. So if tomorrow you don't have sufficient other physical collateral to pledge and take loan, you can use this collateral, use this equity as collateral. You can pledge it and you can get loan out of it. So I don't know till now that any other instrument has been discovered or invented by humankind which gives so much benefits to the promoters. And normally, let me tell you, if all the promoters are there, for the promoters, I think it's the safest way of raising funds to the capital market. It's the safest way of raising funds. So I request the promoters, and let me tell you, this SME platform is a very smooth way to get the company listed. Even most of the international agencies like ISCO, World Bank, and even Asian Development Bank has said that SME listing in India is the most cost-effective way of raising funds. So this is a very big benefit that we are providing to the SME promoters. Not only that, let me tell you, I have met so many SME promoters, and most of the time promoters say that no, after listing, their compliances will increase a lot, and therefore they don't want to venture into the listing. We were aware from very beginning that this question is going to arise. This will stop the promoters from getting listed. So what we have done, we have reduced the compliances to minimal. What we are saying that if you post listing, you have to do half yearly compliances, means you have to file half yearly unaudited results with limited review with the stock exchange. A stock exchange will put it on their website, and you have to put on your website. You don't have to even publish it into the newspaper. And yearly you have to file audited results. Besides that, half yearly shareholding pattern has to be filed. One company secretary has to be put on the payroll, on the company's payroll, and AGM has to be called once in a year. So these are a small, or minimal compliances that a promoter has to do post listing. But let me tell you, this is the best way of raising funds. This is the best way to create trust in the market. This is the best way to create visibility or marketing of the company. This is the best way to create credibility about yourself and give comfort level to all the stakeholders, all the investors. So this is what I want to talk about this SME platform. Besides that, we have also started one startup platform recently, and in that startup platform we have already 13 startups listed. The very recent one, 1.5 years old, we have this we have kept started for technology oriented company. So any technology oriented company which is 2 years old with positive net worth and registered with DIPPT, or if it's not registered with DIPPT, then its paid up capital is 1 crore, then they are able to get listed on our startup platform. So these two platforms are existing and they are doing very well. I request all the promoters to please come, get your company listed and enjoy all these benefits. As far as BSE is concerned, we are going to give you red carpet welcome. We will handhold you as long as you are working under the regulatory guidelines and the laws of the land. With these words, thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you, Sri Thakurji, for your valuable support or valuable thoughts on the topic. MSME is the way forward, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this is a very, very important for MSMEs to become the 1,000 crore company. And you have already given your very good analytics on this particular topic, that what the MSMEs are already suffered since their inception. Very good, sir. Thank you for your valuable.
Thank you.
So this is the international conference, 26th International Conference of WASME, that will be held in Johannesburg, South Africa. So from 7th of December to 9th of December 2022. Subject to, as Dr. Datta has also talked about the subject to COVID. So we will have a good platform for this 26. Thank you, sir. Now we have got another esteemed panelist. He'll be talking on the MSME can be the foundation for bigger industries. We have High Excellency Professor K. Janki. K. Janki is there? Sir, Professor K. Janki.
Sir, he's here. Might be some network issues. Let me check. He was already here.
Yes, yes. He's visible now. But I think some. Yes. Yes, yes. Professor Janki? Yes, he's there.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Professor, High Excellency, Professor K. Janki, Ambassador of Mauritius to Russia. So he
My
has
greetings.
very good experience of supporting SMEs of Mauritius. He was in Germany, now he has been posted to this Russia, and he's been instrumental to support SMEs of Mauritius. He was the former president of WASME also. So he'll be just sharing his thought on the MSME can be foundation for bigger industries. So,
Yeah, thank you very much, and my greetings to everyone, to all eminent personalities on the panel. And the debate and the discussion has been really nice so far. But when we talk about SMEs and micro institutions, and it's very important now to revisit the narrative about SMEs, because by experience, there's a big difference between the practicality of things and what is happening in theory. Now, for example, as you all know that I'm from Mauritius, and the SMEs, when you look at SMEs or micro SMEs, okay, as we say, the problems of SMEs, whether you are in a big country, whether we are in a small country, whether we are in the village, whether we are far out, the problems remain the same. And I won't talk about the SMEs because it has been well documented, it has been well researched. We all know that SMEs play a very important role in the development of the country. SMEs plays a very important role in the employment creation. But what is very important now is to look at SMEs in this new pandemic era. SMEs in this new world of ICT technology. And SMEs not only in terms of money, not only in terms, SMEs should also be looked, the development of SMEs, the development of economy should be looked in terms of our culture. What do we need? What is our culture? What are our attitudes to life? What are our motives to life? This is also very important because I've seen even my country developing very fast, giving all types of facilities to all types of business, opening the economy. We have lots of foreigners coming to Mauritius now from South Africa. And the problem is the whole social contract, the whole culture of the country is changing. So I am trying to do some thinking and try to ensure that you know, when we have development of any type of industry, the development of any type of business, it's very important that the core principles of life, the ethics of life, the culture is remain. And this is very important because, you know, India is competing worldwide. Mauritius also is competing to join the world market. Our friend just talked about the stock market. Despite the pandemic, the stock market is rising. There's a big question. There's a big puzzle. The puzzle is who is controlling the world economy, who is controlling the stock market. This is another issue. Now, talking about SMEs, SMEs normally, what is my focus today, because I have been given this topic, the relationship between small and medium enterprises and larger firms. And it is very important to have that symbiotic relationship between big firms and small firms, and especially the micro firms which are employing only below 10 persons. It's very important to know that SMEs bring flexibility. SMEs try to use the resources, especially the micro SMEs, they try to use the available resources of the country. They have access to low technology. And many small SMEs, they are a source of survival. In any country where you have a high rate of people which are poor, which are close to the poverty line, it's very important to ensure that the development which is taking place, it is not bringing more people towards poverty or more people towards the poverty line. So SMEs should be flexible. SMEs are normally flexible. SMEs are able to adapt to the changes in the economy. SMEs are quick to adapt to the changes in technology. And the importance of SMEs in the creation of jobs, in the creation of employment, is very important. We have to understand that, in many countries, especially in Africa, even in India, SMEs are used as a safety valve, as a safety net for many countries, for many people who don't have a job. They are not able to join the mainstream sector. They have a problem, so they go into SMEs or they start a small business. A small business in any type of activities, there's a lot of type of activities, and you have different level of SMEs. And we should ensure that the policies which are made to promote SMEs, it's not a straight jacket, it's not a blanket policy, because we have different type of SMEs which is based on the quality of the people, which is based on the quality of the product, which is based on the area that they are working on, which is based on whether they are producing products which can be exported. And now we come to the relationship between the SMEs and the larger firms. How can larger firms and SMEs work together? As we know, by experience, we find that the best way to promote SMEs and to link up SMEs to the larger firms is through alliances. Try to make an alliance between the big firms and the small firms. And the second one is through contracting. That is, we have to ensure, this is where I always believe, I am not a socialist, but I always believe in the role of the government, because the people, especially at the lower level of income, people trying to develop, become entrepreneur, it is very important that policies should guide them, policies should support them. The next one is through contracting. Contracting, subcontracting is very important between the large firms and the small firms. And the relationship should be two-way, because the small firms can help the large firms in a different ways, And the third way is through, one is alliances, the second one is subcontracting, and the third one is through what is known as, I don't need this thing. The third thing would be in terms of the networking. Networking is very important. And I think this is why right now that it is very important to share information. With networking, with subcontracting, and with alliances, what will happen is there will be the sharing of information, the sharing of technology. There would be lower risks. There would be more efficiency using the inputs and using labor and using the abundant resources. And it is very important again to see, especially from the big companies and small companies, because what happened is the rate of failures for SMEs is very high, despite the fact that it is more flexible. Why? Because of the quality of the people, the quality of people trying to come in SMEs. And this is where WASME plays a very important role. This is where government policies is very important. And this is where I feel that it's very important for SMEs to have mentoring. And the mentoring should not come from civil servants. The mentoring should come from people who are successful businessmen. The people who have been successful in business, these are the people who can mentor the small and medium enterprises. And again, even going to the bank, the advice given from the banks or from the financial institution, we all know that there's a big problem of having access to capital, access to market, access to technology for small and medium enterprises. Despite their importance, they are always put, not in front. They are not in the forefront. And I think policies should come up by our policymakers, even in Africa, even in Mauritius, elsewhere, even in India. They have to give SMEs the right place. And it is very important for SMEs to develop. It is very important for SMEs to link up with the larger businesses, so that together there is a synergy, there's a symbiotic relationship which will promote economic development and growth. Now, let me just give you the example before I finish, because I know that there's lots of, we are already late because there are other speakers waiting. If you take the case of Mauritius, for example, SMEs have developed a lot. Why? There is a very close relationship between small and medium enterprises and the larger firms. And because of the government policies, because of the role of the financial institutions, because of unbundling, it is very important that policymakers unbundle all the large contracts. And this is when I talk about, when I talk about the role of government, the role of policymakers, you have to ensure that you provide the technology, you provide the market, you provide the finance, and you provide support to the small and medium enterprises. This is where we need to have unbundling. If there's a big contract, the government should come up with a policy of trying to break the contract, so that to ensure that the SMEs, they play the role that they should play, okay, within the economy, and how they can try to help and support the larger countries. In Mauritius, we've had the export processing zone, and all these vehicles through which, we can have horizontal networking, vertical networking, horizontal and vertical integration, all these things, and if you looked at Mauritius, for example, there has been alliances, there has been a lot of networking, and even subcontracting, which have led to the relationship between larger firms and small medium enterprises, and not only domestically, but also SMEs with larger firms and even international firms. So I would stop here by saying that there's a lot to gain by promoting SMEs, okay, especially now the business models are changing, the relationship itself, with the pandemic, with changes in technology, with a new way of working, even everything is changing, okay, everything is dynamic. But it is very important, finally, after 10 years, after 15 years, we develop so much that we realize that the ethics of business are not there, that the culture that we have been preserving for so long is no more there. We have copied totally what is happening in Europe, what is happening in the West. And I think this is very important for us to understand. And even finally, we have to ensure that, the SMEs and the people, they are getting all the facilities which are there, but side by side, the cultural aspect of development should be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Charkhi, for your valuable input to the topic. MSMEs are the foundations for bigger industries. And to share the views of the Indian context, we have got Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chairman of Amity University, Noida, one of the India's top-ranked private university in Noida. She has been already having good experience in this particular topic. She has been instrumental in the support to the students for institutional building and all. So Dr. Shukla is there. Dr. Balvinder Shukla ji, Professor. She is already there. Let me have another panelist from the technical session 3, Professor Prashant Gupta from IIM Trichy. He'll be just focusing on the digitization, help SMEs gain new customers, increase transactions amid pandemic. Professor Gupta, please.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, very much audible.
So all esteemed guests, participants, and WASME, thank you for this opportunity. A lot has been told about SMEs and the importance of SMEs. I'll not go into that. Looking at the paucity of time, I would directly come to the topic. And the topic, as Professor Sanjeev has told, that digitalization helped SMEs gain new customers, increase transactions. So if you look at the story unfold around March 2020 and before that also, particularly for SMEs, the first jolt happened when demonetization was announced by government. And immediately after that, SMEs started feeling heat. By the time they were trying to recover with that, coping with that, another big jolt came in the form of pandemic. So first wave, lockdown, then second wave, and we all have witnessed what has happened, not only to SMEs, but to the whole economy. And the worst sufferer were SMEs because already they were trying to make up, and this pandemic created a big jolt again. But after these lockdown and all, each problem comes with some unique solution. So digitalization came as a big support during this pandemic, and we all have witnessed in our all walk of life, we have seen the intrusion of digital or technology. You may call it intrusion, but that time it was like a breath, life breath. Like we are in the teaching profession, we know all online classes. You might have witnessed school-going children going for shifting earlier schools to online classes, and all this was possible because of the technology only. So if I say technology or digitalization helped SMEs, yes, it helped in big way. Various surveys, if you look at which were done in recent time, it witnessed that SMEs actually leverage the digitalization, and digitalization and technology adoption kept the relevance of SMEs, and SMEs kept growing, trying to leverage with the help of technology. So adoption of technology also helped them in acquiring new customers and increased transactions. You look at it two ways. Many SMEs, they moved on to digital platform. And I was referring to one report, and this report was with one community social media platform called Local Circle. They have done a survey, and they covered around 17,000 responses. they collected from around 6,200 startups and SMEs located in 172 districts of India. Quite interesting survey, and when I was looking for something for this technical session, I found it very relevant. And it talks about that, you know, digital or e-commerce channels have become mainstream for SMEs. This is the result of survey, and almost all MSMEs accepted that yes, this technology has helped them a lot. Many SMEs, they accepted that in last 1.5 years, they have upgraded their technology. Many companies started their own websites and started listing their products online, services online. Many SMEs, if they have not developed their own, but then they have started using various platforms which are available, e-commerce platform. Right. So the survey said that almost 61% SMEs, they are using some or other e-commerce platform to display their products. 31% of the SMEs, as per the result of that survey, they said that they have developed their own website. Almost 20% of the SMEs and startups, they said that they have witnessed 100 to 500% of growth in their sales through the online channels in last 1 year. That means SMEs have geared up and very timely they have adopted the technology, and that started giving them impetus and help them selling their products and services. Now, government is also, there's a role of a government. And if you talk about digitalization, one way it is not possible that only companies are gearing up. The consumers also need to gear up for digital payments and transactions. So that way, government has also done a lot of efforts. And if you link it with the initial efforts of the Honorable Prime Minister, Jan Dhan Yojana and other things, so financial inclusion, I think, has also played a vital role in this, because it's not one way. So if I am geared up and my products are available, but people are not having equipped with the digital payment systems, it's not possible. So UPI, and government introduced this UPI, and UPI is one of the most successful model. I think it's a role model for the globe. The way our UPI, BMAP, and other payment systems, the way they are working, and UPI has become a big case study. It is actually a paving way for other developing countries. Even for developed countries, I was discussing with one of my friends who are in technology. They said UPI is a good case study even for US and UK kind of countries. It's a big success. So spur in financial technologies that we have seen recently, and because of that, the digital transactions have started taking place. And recently the news came up that we have crossed record collection through digital payment system, increasing customer with the help of technology. At the same time, a lot of transactions started happening with the help of technology. This is the way technology has helped. Niti Aayog's estimate is that fintech industry would be valued more than around 150 billion by 2025. Recently, if you look at the report, by October 2021, very recent, almost more than 3.5 billion transactions we have witnessed on digital platform. So digitalization is helping. Moreover, many fintech companies have, during the pandemic, when access to finance was a big challenge. Majority of SMEs, and WASME is working with SMEs, that many companies, particularly SMEs, were facing the problem of availability of funds. And that time also technology played a role. And many fintech companies have come up who started offering credit online, digitally. So that also helped. Now, this is what has happened, and if I go through the reports and other information, SMEs are actually leveraging this technology and digitalization. So now what to do for continued sustainable growth? What next we need to do? So government support is needed, yes, definitely needed. Apart from so many other government initiatives, if you look at some other initiatives taken by various companies, like I was going through one experiment like this, Ecom Express. Now they have introduced eZippy. eZippy is helping SMEs for providing logistic solutions and all. Government has also launched this e-rupee, RUPI. Now, e-rupee is it's a person and purpose specific solution, and it connects sponsors of various services with the beneficiaries and service providers. So both private and government are coming out with the unique solutions. I was going through recently the Gurgaon based company, I think it is O2O. They have come up with a service like Dot Pay. Now Dot Pay is providing free delivery services to the merchants. The small merchants, people cannot go out, at least merchants can send goods. So these kind of initiatives are also coming. Amazon, if you look at, Amazon has started in Surat. They have started a digital Kendra. The purpose of digital Kendra is to affiliate SMEs and start selling their products online. So a lot of initiatives are happening, and together we need to ensure that more solutions are coming up by leveraging technology. Now, apart from that, recently government has also passed one law in parliament, where the finance minister's quote I was getting through newspaper, where she says that this law will help SMEs in maintaining their quality or healthier cash flow and smoother capital flow. So capital cycle as well as their immediate requirement of cash, law would take care of that. That survey that I quoted, one point raised by SMEs, and that is very important. Since we are moving toward digital works, majority of the shopping is shifted from physical to digital. There are a lot of compliances that government needs when you are going for online. So probably government need to look to come out with a easier norms, like Mr. Thakur was explaining about how BSE has come out with the easier listing norms, and that helped promoters to list their companies. Similarly, government also need to come out with certain guidelines, easier compliances, so that more and more SMEs can adopt this technology and take the advantage of that. Now, what more SMEs can do? Marketing efforts are needed as far as attracting more customer. So for that, whatever is available in the modern era, gone are the days when only print advertisements and these kind of things were available. Now a lot of things are available. So if I start listing on, I think the Facebook advertising is there. You have Google My Business, and with the help of Google My Business, you can explore new customers. Various webinars and other awareness campaigns can be organized virtually without any cost. Otherwise, physical meetings you have to devote and spend a lot of money and time. But webinar is a mode through which you can access to people, and the cost is virtually nil. Similarly, content marketing, that can also be explored. Social media marketing, through Twitter, through Facebook, through other Instagram and other things. Lot many people, and your visibility increases because lot many people have access to that. And similarly, building your database and email marketing is also almost a low cost. So these are the various things where SMEs can think of to continue with this growth and look for further things. And at the last, I would like to quote key success. This again, I came across one SMB Connect. They are helping SMEs in providing support and use of technology and other things so that they can grow. And there, the 3 success mantras, you can say. And while recently when we were listening to Professor Janki, he also talked about one of the key success, that is the building network with collaborators of your industry. Nowadays we say network is your net worth, right? So to increase your net worth, you have to be well networked. Second point is connecting with potential customers. So the ways recently what I was talking about, the various ways through which you can try to reach to the potential customers, not only the existing customers, but potential customers. And at last, providing good services. That is the only key for sustainability. You may reach out new customers, you may sell your products, but if your services or products are not satisfying, they're not of good quality, then sustainability cannot be achieved. So with this, thank you so much listening to me. And this is what I could thought of on the issue given by Sanjeev ji in this technical session 3. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for your valuable inputs on the digitization process. And this will be the new norm, because this COVID has already disrupted SME's backbone also. So this will be the new normal, and you have already talked about lots of processes and lots of tools for the digitization process. Thank you. So we have got Professor Shukla, you have joined. Dr. Balvinder Shukla. Can you unmute, ma'am? Dr. Professor Balvinder Shukla. Now she has joined. She's coming. Yeah, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ji. She is the Vice Chairman of Amity University, one of the top ranked private universities in India. And she is instrumental in supporting students to become the entrepreneur. Now, Professor Shukla, kindly provide your valuable thoughts on the topic. MSMEs can be the foundation for bigger industry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sanjeev, like all the esteemed panelists, the participants. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Laike and all the members of WASME for organizing this very important 25th International Conference for the SMEs on SMEs key to an inclusive and sustainable recovery post-pandemic through Atmanirbhar Bharat. We all have seen for last 1.5 years how the pandemic has really affected the industry globally and society, education institution, and most importantly, the MSME had the highest impact when we look at. And but we have also seen this pandemic that all organizations, small, big, large, all sectors, they have tried to reinvent themselves, and so therefore the innovation and creativity was at its peak during the pandemic time in all the organizations. We are seeing that today that the various business models have changed in all industry, and even in the MSME. We can see that I have interacted with the quite large number of founders of the MSME, because one of my research scholars is at the moment undertaking the research on the technology and the governance in the MSME industry. So we have seen that in India, so there are more than 6.5 crore MSMEs in all the sectors, whether it's FMCG, whether it's gems or jewelry, or healthcare, or manufacturing, retail. You name any sector, you will find MSMEs there. And also we know that MSME has been the second largest employer after the agriculture. Therefore, this is very, very important sector. MSc, the MSME ministry has set up the target for its contribution in GDP from currently around 7% to 15% by 2025, and India becoming the 5 trillion economy. So if that's the target, how do we really achieve that target? So it's important that the one side that the previous speakers have already emphasized, that either the government has already taken a number of initiatives, but more is needed to be done if really to propel the India to newer heights through MSMEs, and therefore they need to be, because these are the low investment requirements, but they require the operational flexibility, and also that how to use the indigenous, the technologies. Therefore, if we import the international technologies, it will be always very, very expensive for the MSME. How the low cost, appropriate indigenous technology can be developed, and which can be useful for the MSMEs of various sectors. And under the Ministry of MSME, there's the 5 government bodies which are in one way or other way are helping the MSME, implementing the government schemes, whether it's a KVIC or whether NHIC or NIMSME or the MGI RI or the MSME Udhyam registration. So I think these are the which are doing, and also the lot of the banks are coming to give the low interest rate loan to the financial assistance to the MSME. But I think there's one very important aspect is which, if explored fully, may help the MSMEs in big way. How the MSME and the government and academic institution can collaborate with each other, and especially now the new education policy, which is emphasizing a lot on various aspects, whether it is apprenticeship in the industry, where almost for one full semester, say the 6 months, the students can work in the industry. So that means the longer association with the industry will not only help the student to learn what industry requires, but it will also help the MSMEs to have the talent with them, and see that that they can look at the MSME issues and the problems, and how with the help of the faculty they can work. And also the academic institution can identify the problems of the industry, work together through their research and innovation. So there's a lot of collaboration can happen. Thirdly, the capacity building or the skill development of the students for the future, which MSME can play important role, but at the same time the professional development, capacity building, the academic institution can provide the all kind of the training to the employees of the MSMEs. So I feel that this is the truly the great time, and full of opportunities for the MSMEs for their growth, because the kind of the ecosystem is being created by government at this moment under the Atmanirbhar Bharat. And I'm sure that if the MSMEs and the education institution government work together, we will be able to see the new face of the not only of the MSMEs, but the growth, the realizing that vision of 5 trillion economy of India, which can be can be really seen. Also, the new education policy has been emphasizing the student who earn the credit in the industry. Those credits can be transferred to earn the degree under the vocational education framework. So therefore, the NEP is giving a lot of flexibility in that the student can work for in the industry for maybe 2-3 years, come back, and then whatever the skill level they have gained in the industry, based on that they can get into the next level of education in the university. So we would like WASME to take this initiative. Sanjeevji, I would like that take the initiative, that how really this can be the reality where the industry and academia can work together, and because without the MSMEs, that reality of the 5 trillion economy cannot be a reality. So that everyone has to chip in and work together. So once again, I would like to congratulate Sanjeev ji, you and your entire team for organizing this wonderful conference. And I'm looking forward to working together with all the MSMEs in all the area. Amity University have all the discipline except core medicine. So I think we can work in all the disciplines, whatever the functional areas of the service area or the manufacturing area of the various companies are there. So there's a huge scope of working together. Not only MIT, I'm sure that many of the other university and other higher education institutions from across the country will find that a great opportunity to work together. With this, once again, I thank everybody and congratulate the team WASME.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful speech on the topic. As you have already suggested for the industry, academia, and the government collaboration, so we are ready to collaborate with your esteemed organization, and we will work towards the achievement of the 5 trillion economy, as our Honorable Prime Minister has already given the vision. Very good. Thank you. And I would just request Mr. Praveen Roy, that Mr. Agrawal has requested me. He is having some engagement in Hyderabad, so he will be just speaking before you, if you permit, sir. Yeah, Mr. Agrawal, before you, we have got one honorable person, Mr. Shetty, is from South Africa. So he'll be just taking 2 minutes for 26th of ICSME to be organized next year. So Mr. Shetty, yes.
Please go ahead. Good afternoon, and I hope everyone can hear me.
Yes, you are very much audible, sir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk a little bit about the 26th ICSME, which will take place on the 7th to the 9th of December 2022. That is next year here in Johannesburg, South Africa. First of all, I am very sorry to not be in India for this year's conference, because I had very much wanted to be there in person. But we can use the benefit of technology to communicate. So the 26th ICSME to 9 December 2022 in Johannesburg, South Africa. Our theme is going to focus on building the resilience of SMEs across the globe in the face of recurrent emergencies, whether they are health pandemics like COVID-19 or natural disasters, or even political and social crises, and all sorts of crises that we encounter. So we're going to be focusing on policies and strategies to build the resilience of SMEs in the face of those emergencies. The conference is hosted together with the All Africa Association of Small and Medium Enterprises, ICSME, and we have a growing number of partners who are coming on board to work with us to welcome you all to South Africa in December 2022. I can mention among them the provincial government SME agency in the province where I live, and that is called the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. The city of Johannesburg, as you can see on the flyer on the screen, is our main partner for the conference. But there are other several professional bodies that we are talking to who will be partnering with us as we go forward. Once we have the website, the details of all the partners will be on the website. Just to end off by mentioning the contents of the conference. Of course, there's the overall conference, but we will also organize technical visits within the province of Gauteng on the first day of the conference. There will be a major SME exhibition at the conference. We are working with our partner, the Tshwane University of Technology, who are leading the development of the academic track. So the conference will have an academic track as well. You can see all on the screen. And then there will be a policy forum where we will be discussing with policymakers about issues facing SMEs, and particularly in relation to building the resilience of SMEs. So we're very grateful as South Africa and Johannesburg and our organization CZA Network for the opportunity to be hosting you all and our colleagues from around the world in Johannesburg, South Africa in December next year. And we hope that the conditions will be a lot different to what we find ourselves in at this moment. And I'm grateful to WASME, and I'm grateful to Shampa Paneji, the GS, the Executive Director and the leadership of WASME for the opportunity to bring WASME to South Africa in 2022. By the way, this is the second time WASME, the ICSME will be hosted in South Africa. The first time was in 2013, and we had 621 delegates from 21 countries in the city of Durban in 2013. So we're looking forward to an equally successful WASME in December 2022. Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjeev. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Septi. All are invited to this conference next year. Thank you. Now we have got very experienced Mr. Agrawal. He has been already working towards the manufacturing excellence, and he is the chairman of Avon Furnishing Limited. And so he'll be just putting his thoughts on the how SMEs can be the hub for this, or the backbone of India's manufacturing hub. Mr. Agrawal, please.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Very good afternoon to all my friends, colleagues on the dais. Of course, it was a treat listening to Ajay ji, Maluna Shukla ji, and of course, I would love to hear Dr. Praveer Roy speaking. And I apologize because you can understand my situation. I'm at my in-laws' place, and the Bharat is waiting for me to begin. So I had to put this request. Please give me an opportunity, and I do not want to miss out. So I'm extremely sorry for jumping the queue. But to put it I will try to be as crisp as possible because I know there's paucity of time. I would only like to say that there's a huge paradox. There's a divide of the MSME versus the growth that is happening in the country. At this point during pandemic, probably everybody seems to be having a thought that everything is lost. But I would say all is well. Everything is well, because if in case we see the tax buoyancy in direct and indirect taxes in the country today, we are doing the best we had ever had. We are almost touching double-digit growth, and we are poised to cross $5 trillion economy by 2025, which looks like as if we can quickly catch it up. The commodity price, right from stock markets, so everything seems to be rising. Property prices have risen sharply. Now, what is happening is these MSMEs, 6.5 crores of them, actually majority of them, because they did not have access to the capital, where they had negative cash flow due to certain amount of payouts of the salaries and fixed expenses, which they could not recover. That is one challenge that they had. Another was a technology, because they could not blend themselves to get converted into the hybrid model of the way that we should have been operating. Large corporates, it's understandable for IT-based companies to be operating from home, like Google's and Microsoft's, etc. They still say that please operate from home. They don't have to come to office, but a one-man show where they open the shutter and shut down themselves. They are the owner, they are the sweeper and cleaner and financer. these people are having the biggest paradox of the life. Now what is happening is their integrity is not challenged. They have been in the business right from the early start that they did, but they are going through that downturn. And believe me, friends, there are very few, let's say everybody seems to be chasing very few capitalists or very few big companies or the large corporate where their balance sheets are very, very healthy. And all these people are left out in the entire process. And there's a paradox. There's a huge difference that is happening. They're always feeling we are starved. Please help us out. I heard finance minister talking about 3 weeks back in Delhi, in Taj Hotel, and I was privy to that. I was listening to her for 1.5 hours. She spoke. She said, we have raised 10,000 crores by these private banks have raised, the bankers have raised, and they have so much of CRR cut down, liquidity is so much available that they're asking, please offtake, increase the offtake of the credit, which means they're going to district level and requesting everybody to take finances. But the last mile connectivity with the micro entrepreneurs or small time entrepreneurs, I'm not talking of mid-size corporate and large-size corporate. I'm talking the MSME, which forms the chunk and bulk of our nation, are today struggling for a simple reason that they would have under CTGSME about 10-20% of the enhancement of working capital was understandable. But beyond that, in terms of upgradation technology, right from building up the IoTs to AIs to so on and so forth, when they have to upgrade, they do not have any access to the fresh capital, because you understand the SBI chairman and all that being nabbed and all that, for all old cases, etc. Their banks are wary to actually lend, and the microfinance or the NBFC companies are charging an exorbitant rate of interest, and probably their terms and conditions are not very conducive for people to take the buoyancy of the credit. So what is happening? At one hand, we have the huge amount of capital available. On the other hand, the MSME is not only struggling and surviving. I would say it is not the end of the NPA. I'm not worried about the third wave, because that seems to be dying. The euphoria seems to be dying, and it will certainly, because India is well prepared at this point of time. But I would say you will see by FY22 the amount of NPA that will happen, not because of the integrity of the promoter, but because of lack of access of capital and technology. These two things are eating away, and believe me, once this backbone is killed, at this point of time, and I'm talking to you, I remember Dr. Praveer Roy and we were sharing that last year I was saying that 25% MSME will have a tough time. And we shared last time when we did a session, he called me, we discussed on phone. He said, Sushil, you mentioned the same thing. 25% MSME are practically out of the business. The vacuum that they created was one thing that was available and accessible to the large corporates. That is how their top line and bottom line are growing rapidly and exponentially, and their share prices are going up. And there's a 10 to 15% organic growth. So can you imagine the leapfrog that these large corporates are having, the MNCs to the Indian MNCs, these companies? But what happens to them SMEs? Who's taking care of them? None. There's none. And in case I would, with all due respect to the Honorable Prime Minister, CM, Yogi sir, and everybody, their vision, the way they are working, they could not have been bigger and better. In the modern India, today we have the best governance, the best practices that are being adopted, and the greatest ecosystem of looking at $9 to $10 trillion economy dream. It is going to be reality. Let me tell you, friends, and it's not happening by choice. It is happening by default, because India is poised as a manufacturing, not a consumption nation. We need to consume a lot. And then we also would become a hub for the world, where under the PLI scheme, the amount of millions, billions of dollars that have been doled out, and the people are coming in droves and hordes and setting up the shops, all top notch, right from Samsung to everybody. They relocated everything from China. And I'm sure China being an ambiguous nation, India being democratically, the best place to be in, with the kind of density and the kind of buoyancy that we have. Oh my God, we could never ever have seen something like this. My humble request and urge would be that MSME at this point of time, I'm again saying their integrity is not questionable. They have maintained, they have ensured that they live on that small time money, and they have cut down their own personal expenses, even cut down the vegetables that they eat. But they certainly want money, and they also need access to technology. And I think government can certainly provide probably an ecosystem where Atmanirbhar Bharat, they've been talked about, 20 lakh crore rupees was being announced and all the things. But in practicality, except for CTGSME, where about 2 lakh crore rupees went into the working capital, which was again taken back in any case. So that beyond that, there's nothing been really happening. So I have a lot of data and figure, because there's so much of paucity of time. I do not want to eat away everybody's time. And of course, Mr. Ajay Thakur, when he mentioned raising fund through capital market, it's a great idea. We can have an internal accrual, that we also have access to debt. but we also have this equity route that we can explore. I got myself listed in National Stock Exchange some time back, with due respect to Ajay Thakur, because he inspired me to do that. And incidentally, instead of going to BSc, I went to NSC. That is a very different challenge altogether. But nevertheless, I would certainly support and promote that these micro and small entrepreneurs have to get on board. And because now today, the ecosystem is very transparent. It is accountable, measurable, and GSTs, the intelligence wings, etc., are working day in and out to ensure that the anomalies are removed, which is a great thing, which means we are having a level playing field. The platform has been created. What we just need to take is to take that leapfrog, and for that some amount of handholding is needed. And I'm sure government may be working, but we need to probably do an advocacy how to connect much more better and go to the grassroots level and probably touch upon these people so that they can come out of this struggle, not out of the pandemic, but out of this particular paradox of whether or not to apply or whether or not to invest in the capital. That paradox needs to be removed by supporting and saying, hello, all is well in the country. So with that thought, I would leave all of you with a great amount of aspiration and positive atmosphere and commitment that me as a company, we are looking at growth 100% year on year. We wanted to become a conglomerate in times to come, and I'm very upbeat. And so are the top-notch thought leaders of the country. These MSME needs to be onboarded. So let's all do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Agrawal, for your kind words as well as your thoughts on the MSME sector, especially the manufacturing sector. So you are the best example for the MSMEs that you have already started with the scratch and elevated to a very good listed your companies also. So thank you for your cooperation. And happy you enjoy your function. Happy wedding, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
With everybody's blessing and permission, I will start the Bharat now. Right. Thank you very much.
Yes, enjoy, sir. Now we have unicorn tycoon, Mr. Roy, Mr. Pavit Roy. Recently he has already made two startups, the unicorn, Payment and Najrana. So he'll be just focusing on the how MSMEs can be the bigger companies, and we have already discussed about the how we can just remove the MSME or SME tag and make them the 1,000 crore company. So he'll be just putting his views on the digitization and the fintech and fintech. Yes, Mr. Roy, please.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Welcome and good afternoon, everybody. A big thank you to Sushil ji. I mean, it's always a very tough ask to come after him because the passion that he speaks with, the knowledge and experience, even I learn a lot. So I'm glad that I can pick up some thoughts from him. But I suspect that both of us are on the very same page, and he may have taken a page out of my own book today in his short presentation. But hopefully, let me see if I can complement what he has said. Same time last year, Sushil ji and I were on a panel, similar panel, and he was talking about this. He just mentioned just now that, listen, he told me, Probir, 60% of MSMEs are shut. This was around May, June last year, June, July. And 50-60% of them have not been paid. 30% will go bankrupt. 50% of people, this profits have dropped by half. Another 50% of them have dropped in sales. All this happened in 2 or 3 months. So from a fully fast moving locomotive train of India, MSME India, the backbone of India, which is MSMEs, suddenly the train hit a very large, deep brick wall. It was that kind of effect. And listening to Sushil ji, even at that time, though it was doom and gloom, he was very inspirational and motivational, and based on which I think Dr. Sanjeev and his team at WASME has focused on pandemic, post-pandemic behavior of MSMEs and focused to bring them out of that doom and gloom. And so I think now, 1 year on, 1.5 years on, the situation, as he himself said, is not that bad. Yes, it can be much better, but it is not that bad. The economy is getting back on its legs, and today only I was talking to a chief economist of one of the top ratings agencies, He said probably we can expect to see nominal GDP growth between 15 and 17%, and about a 9 or 10% real GDP growth, hopefully in FY22. So this is a good start, and therefore obviously it's going to take some time for us to recover what we lost in the last 1.5 years. But MSMEs, as Professor Shukla was telling us, bounced back quite remarkably. And I must give credit to her that she has seen an opportunity. She talked about the business models having changed. Yes, it has. And Sanjeev will recollect that we have started a campaign or a series of workshops how to help MSMEs change their business model, help them build capacity in times of pandemic. And now she herself is saying, yes, they have changed. They are following low cost models, last mile digitization, homegrown indigenization. So they have been quickly able to adapt. So I think partly because of that quick adaptation, the opportunity is now actually not one of doom and gloom, but one of, there's clearly very bright shining light at the end of this tunnel. So let me just stress that both Professor Kapoor and Sushil and Professor Shukla and Ajay before him and CA Kapoor, CA Kohli was talking about digitization in the MSME space. Let me tell you that in the last 2 years, in the last 1 year, our own top line has grown by 3 times. It may grow by 4 times, we don't know. In the last 2 years, we have grown substantially more. Not only us as a company, but both the companies I'm associated with, their revenues have grown at least twice. Twice, maybe 2.5, 3 times. But these are sectors which are very popular and have managed to pivot and change their model of remain focused on what they're doing because they're in payments and they're in gaming, entertainment, more in the consumer space, which people can't do without both of these. Because if you're at home, you need entertainment, something to do, and gaming provides a huge jump for all age groups, right, from kids to adults. And payments is something which is hygiene. You can't go to bank, you can't go out, so you have to sit at home and make your business, your payments and your economic choices or consumer behavior, buying things, purchasing things, paying bills, all that from home. So that has led to a clear inflection point in these two sectors, for example. So now coming back to MSMEs, now when we hit that brick wall last year, I said we ran into the twin problems of liquidity issues and solvency issues. As any CA or MBA would know, liquidity issues are related to your working capital, your accounts receivables, your invoice and sales, your overdrafts. Short-term working capital gives you liquidity so that you can take that liquidity and then service an order, which takes 30 to 60 days, maybe even 90 days to liquidity you need to service your customers and build your capacity so that you can fulfill the orders. So that problem has come down a bit. The government, as Sushilji has mentioned, has put 4.5 lakh crores into supporting MSMEs. There's so many schemes have come out. Structural issues have been addressed. But solvency issue is still plaguing the MSME space. What is solvency issue? As all of you will know, it's to do with term capital, debt, equity, restructuring, more longer term issues which prevent erosion of your net worth. So this is where probably MSMEs are stuck. How do they pivot the business model by getting access to credit? Now, Sanjeev would be telling you, and many speakers have talked about, especially I think Professor Gupta and Kapoor have talked about the digitization. So digitization is one is the payments where you're digitizing that day-to-day behavior, and one is the access you're giving to MSMEs of credit. So today there are 64 million MSMEs. Only 4 to 5 million MSMEs have formal access to credit. Only 4 to 5%. It is said that the credit gap in MSME is a 20 trillion Indian rupee opportunity. The credit gap is that much. So there's a huge opportunity for even reaching 10% or 20% is going to require a lot of capital. So that capital is not available as yet to the standard MSMEs today, because only 10 or 12 million file GSTs. Because of that, they have some formal banking relationship or some formal intermediary which gives them, short-term credit or working capital. But most of them don't have any formal access to any formal institutional system. So this is a big opportunity. So who's going to plug this gap? So what we have been saying, and I've been saying for a long time, is, and some of you attended previous webinars, including Sanjeev, will know that the government is trying to create a online marketplace for all SMBs. It is called Udan. There's also something called Bharat Mart, which is supposed to be the Alibaba for small scale industries in India. What is Alibaba? Alibaba is actually an aggregation of millions of small Chinese firms. So what Alibaba gives them is a platform, an e-commerce platform. They come to sell their goods and services and wares. Similarly, there is no actually similar Alibaba in India. Yes, you can argue Flipkart hai, ye hai, wo hai, lekin wo scale ka nahi hai. There also you will find a lot of MSMEs not represented on that. So government has started Bharat Mart, which is supposed to be a lookalike or equivalent to a Alibaba for micro, nano, medium, small enterprises of India. Anybody, including mom and pop store, self-employed. So I think that is one. And then there's Udan, which is also a similar platform where you onboard, and it's simple onboarding, and then you can then access digitally to your customers in far-flung areas of India and the world. So your market is not your bazaar. Your market is not the community market. Your market is not that road where your shop is or outside your house on the thela gadi on the corner, but your market is global. But what is missing in this? So in this marketplace is a open credit enablement network. It's called OCEN, OCEN. That means once you onboard onto this Bharat Mart or Udan, then on the same platform, I should be also be able to get my credit score done and my credit needs met. So that particular part of the model needs to be built up. So that person doesn't have to go to bank, hire CA, pay fees, etc. Hopefully, just like we do for Swiggy, Zomato, or for Insta lending or payday lending or EMI lending, you get immediate loans based on your receivables or payables or some parameters that we look at as a collateral scoring system, and then you can get access to, so you buy something and you get credit along with that, just like we are doing an e-commerce site. So here it is for MSMEs at credit and sales and purchases and payments to their vendors, suppliers, contractors, service providers, all on one platform. So that is real digitization. That is the last mile delivery also. So again, on last mile delivery, a lot of innovations have happened. Someone was mentioning that in logistics, there is logistics, payments, credit, a lot of last mile non-contact based innovations have happened because of the pandemic. And the people who adapted and adjusted to it are the smallest MSME guys. In the few days of pandemic and lockdown, the person who was he was getting UPI payments or one of the other branded UPI payments without mentioning the company's names. The thela wala, the auto wala, the sabji wala was accepting payments based on that digital last mile. They did not have phone before that, or they had feature phone. They all invested in a phone so they could get a QR code or do a UPI transaction. Based on that, they could be able to continue their day-to-day livelihood. Such sudden rampant explosion of payments at the last mile, the lowest part of the pyramid, the self-employed corner store samosa guy or the peanut seller, is what actually changed the whole Indian complexion and attitude towards payments. And as somebody was saying, I think Ajay was saying, that now UPI is about 100 billion transactions. I mean, it has grown very, very fast. It's a case study for the world. There's no doubt about it. The adoption has been phenomenal, and it's just getting bigger and wider every day as we speak. So there is no going back to, even if pandemic finishes, there's no going back so much to cash. There's no going back necessarily to cards. Possibly these type of last mile payment systems will help you to transact on your day-to-day business. So marriage of credit, marriage of access to markets, and a marriage of you being able to use the platform to not only collect from your customers but also pay your suppliers, all from one platform, is what is going to be the real backbone of MSMEs post pandemic digitization. Yes, on top of that we can add AI, SaaS-based models at the business end, which are light models. Not you have to buy huge software. You can download these or use the app from the provided, and then you can do your accounting also, and you can apply for credit based on artificial analytics. You'll be able to get scored on that, and sometimes even you'll be able to get approached for good interest based quick credit based on the AI, based on your past behavior. So these kind of technology tools, AI, SaaS, QR code, contact free smartphones, all these has actually changed the complexion of MSMEs at the basic level. But what hasn't changed is the access to credit, which we need to really focus on right now. So I think the government also has to play a part, and they are playing a part. They are playing a part in terms of PLIs. The PLI scheme is a very big hit. I think a lot of manufacturing MSMEs are going to benefit from that. And as you know, 40% of the 40 million MSMEs in India are in manufacturing, employing 30-40 million people. So PLI scheme is definitely going to help MSMEs in a big way. And PLI is basically in sectors as medical devices, chemicals, fertilizers, electronics, and now in semiconductors. So there's a huge number of areas where renewables, climate-related things like solar, batteries, etc. All these are new market sectors, market spaces where MSMEs are going to hopefully take it as a new opportunity and provide that homegrown product and services based on the MSME, based on the PLI, which has just come out, which is really helping. Then, of course, there are Threads. Threads is a discounting platform which is there, which is built by the government, which is again helps buyers and supply credit. It's called factoring. That helps. Refinancing and all are some things which we have to look at. Needless to say, some amount of administrative measures have also been deployed during pandemic, which have helped MSMEs. Like if you use digital payments, you are exempt from GST for that payment, some part of the payment part. Then your tax audit is exempted if you're a certain size and below. Your filing returns is also, you don't have to do it again below a certain size. So they're trying to help these administrative measures to lower the cost of transaction for MSMEs, along with the structural changes that they're bringing about, and of course access to credit to the extent that they can do. So if you ask me that from last year to this year, what has been the great change in MSMEs, I would say it has gone from MSMEs have gone from a cash and advances ecosystem to now they have to go to a cash and credit ecosystem. Cash and advances, cash and carry, cash and advances, old-fashioned way of doing business. This whole thing has to change and will adapt to cash and credit. And this can only happen with the help of digitization of your processes, as also access to credit and availability or openness to onboard new customers and markets across the world, which you can do sitting at home internet makes that available. So that amount of digitization does definitely play an important part in MSMEs playing a much more important role as we go forward than it has played in the past. I was in Indonesia some time back, and then I was talking to one of their heads, SME, association heads, and he said, I was asking him what kind of MSME does he have in Indonesia, and he said 60% of Indonesia's GDP is MSME. 97% of all employment in Indonesia is in the MSME sector. And 97% of MSME product is for export. Can you imagine such a country with so much of heavy dependency on MSME? And it is really the lifeline and backbone of that country. Of course, in a large country like ours, it is equally a backbone. Sanjeev and I keep saying this is actually the backbone of the economy. Public sector is the commanding heights of the economy. And private sector, the corporate sector is the entrepreneurial and the innovation edge of the economy. They are the ones who can really take risks because they are well capitalized and they have access to credit. So I think going forward, I'm glad that Sushil has given a very motivational, inspirational talk. And going forward, I'm happy to notice that MSMEs are coming back in a big way. Many companies which have gone for IPO in the next last 1 year, including up to the next 90 days, many of them are unheard of MSMEs. With access to capital or unicorns, etc. So these young companies are now able to raise capital in the public market and use that for growing overseas, even growing within the country. These are not Tata Birla's, Reliance, Mafatlal's raising capital. These are unknown companies. Some you may know because they are B2C companies, but some you may not have heard about. But they are all from the MSME sector. They've started as first generation entrepreneurs or brand new entrepreneurs or non-family business owners. And quickly they have reached a scale where the markets are giving them money. And as Ajay was saying that they are even the BSE NSE is very clear that the next phase of IPO growth and capital infusion and capitalization is going to come from these companies. And I sent a tweet a few months back. Someone said India has 42 unicorns, and I said in the next 10 years India will have 1,000 unicorns. And I can tell you 100 names as of now on the next 1 year which will be unicorns, but many of them you will be surprised, many of you may not have heard. But I know 100 companies which will become unicorn. 42 or 47 we all know, 60 we don't know, but in the next 10 years India will have 1,000 unicorns because the pace of change is very rapid. And with these few words, I would like to thank Sanjeev, Sushil, and chairperson of this session and other speakers before me for listening and for me being able to listen to them also. And I'll be happy to take any questions at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, for your inspirational thought on the MSME sector. You are very much instrumental. We have been already working towards the empowerment of the MSMEs. This is very, very, very important. Thank you, sir. Now we have got a robotic guy from Kolkata, Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya. He is very, very has the passion of robotics and making the ISMEs technology and instead of all the other participants are requested to just please mute your mic. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Bhattacharya, he is very much instrumental in this empowering the technology MSMEs, and he has been already doing a passion in the robotics and AI, IoT and all. So he'll be just putting his thoughts on the digitalization and how he can help MSMEs to make the unicorn. Mr. Bhattacharya, please.
Thank you so much for inviting me in this prestigious platform, and always pleasure to be with Dr. Sanjeev and rest of the panelists. I'm so sorry, I'm at the moment traveling, so probably there will be some background noise. So I'll try to keep my phone as much as I can in front of my mouth so that you can hear me well. I hope I'm audible. Um,
Yes, you are very much
Thank you.
audible.
Thank you. So I will keep it very short, sweet, and very simple. I will give a couple of live examples when we talk about digitization for MSMEs and when we look at the opportunities for MSMEs to grow to the market. When we look at the digital world is right now one of the key happening thing. It used to be earlier as well. And when we talk about MSMEs or SMEs and their business growth, probably sometimes we lack to understand how traditional businesses can connect with the digital world and can get the benefit. A lot many of us feel that probably creating a website which is giving us a SEO is the solution, or probably lot many of us feel that if we get a very simple pipeline of uh, enlisting our products in an e-commerce portal is a solution. I differ a little bit. So I'll give you a small hiccup what we are doing at the moment. We run one of the finest accelerator, which is a called Co-Innovate Ventures, and we floated our own fund. What we are doing, we are taking traditional business owners. I'll give a couple of live examples. Maybe that will help a lot of others. The traditional business is like a hazelnut factory. Now in hazelnut factory, they never ever thought that they can raise fund or their business can be utilized in digital world or they can have a USP. It's a normal hazelnut factory, right? They produce hazelnuts, they procure it from the nearby places and then they use to sell it. What we did, converting that hazelnut into a hazelnut butter. If you look at peanut butter at an industry, it's a great market in the healthcare industry regarding peanut butters. And when we talk about hazelnut butters, it was unheard of with lot many nutritious value. Now, what happened with them with the Digital Connect? When we funded that organization, initially the conversation started, can we convert their traditional business into a complete different kind of USP oriented venture altogether? When that happened, we started finding the right kind of partner for them and then eventually grow them from one country to a particular another country. The entire exercise happened in 9 months of time. From one part of the world, they traveled to Australia and they started their distribution procedure utilizing completely core sector-oriented distribution system, wherein they used blockchain technology to do the secure transaction. They used very simple machine learning methods to understand personalization inputs from people so that they can get lot many consumer feedback, what they feel after consuming the butter itself. If I may give another example, there is a lady who manufactured dresses from all the way from Siberia. What we did, we converted their dress entire business into an augmented reality experience. So any person can experience that before he or she is buying it. And because this is for women, they can actually experience it before buying, put it in their body, understand how it looks, and then they can decide whether they can buy it. So while giving such kind of example, why I'm giving you that, it actually depends on us who are actually running our MSME business or SME business, and we feel that probably we can grow our venture. Our mindset needs to be open enough to adopt new technology. From my small perspective of 23 years running technological company in various different parts of the world, what I understand, technology is an enabler. And if we give that enabling factor to our end consumer, they will do great. So when we talk about empowering MSMEs, utilizing digital scale or converting their legacy business into technology business. It's not always about a very simple website creation or an automated solution running your factory. It depends on how innovative you are to innovate your existing setup and then convert it with the help of digitalization and technology to grow your business. With this note, I'll open the floor to Dr. Sanjeev. Thank you once again for inviting me as a speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Although you are having lots of things and you have already spared and a few minutes for this particular program, and you have your kind words will definitely help SMEs to empower. Thank you very much. Since we are just running out of time, we have got another panelist, Dr. K.K. Goyal. He is the Assistant Director, MSME DI, Ministry of MSME, Government of India. He'll be just putting his thought on the how government is just helping MSMEs in nurturing entrepreneurship. Dr. Goyal, please. Please unmute. Please unmute.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Sir, I guess your double device is working.
Yes.
So can you please mute that?
Yeah. Am I audible clearly now?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, perfectly fine. Thank you so much.
Okay. So when any such webinar or any program is organized by WASME, that too by Dr. Sanjeev Laike and Megha on the back, it is bound to be the wonderful. So this program, which was supposed to be in the physical form, now it is in the digital form, but it is, if not more, equally effective, I can say. So since we are running short of time, I would like to come directly to the point. You see, I have been given this topic that nurturing entrepreneurship among MSMEs hold key to India's problems. For the benefit of all, I would like to say something. What exactly is MSME? MSME stands for micro, small and medium enterprises. And it includes all those establishments, all those enterprises which have investment from a mere 10,000 bucks in plant and machinery to 50 crore in plant and machinery. So this is a very huge broadband. I can say it is very huge, this one, and there are many schemes which have come up. And as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, I can very easily say that MSME is the nursery of entrepreneurship. I have been hearing with lot of interest to all the presenters, speakers. They have wonderfully covered many of the things, though some of the things were overlapping. So I will be concising more on my topic, more on that. What way we are supporting, we from the Ministry of MSME are supporting entrepreneurship. You see, we start promoting and supporting entrepreneurs to go for entrepreneurship right from the motivation stage. We keep on informing, keep on telling the persons why to go for entrepreneurship, what are the advantages of being entrepreneurs, and why not to be an entrepreneur if the person is not capable of being an entrepreneur. So one person can become an entrepreneur, one person can be a good manager, and one person can be in between, that is entrepreneur. So we support them right from the motivating. Then we tell them about the various technological aspects. We tell about the laws and rules and regulations which are applicable to them. We tell them how to arrange finance, how to manage finance. Generally, my experience by being in this organization for last 30 years has been this, that everybody comes to us just asking just one question: how to get finance, how they can be funded. But I keep on suggesting it is not getting finance, it is to return that money which you are going to borrow. Anyways, so as far as our ministry is concerned, we have been continuously working on this field since 1954, and we have come a long way. This one topic was digitalization, how digitalization can help. We have developed the websites which is full of information. One can easily visit msme.gov.in, rtcmsme.gov.in, and there are multiple websites which give complete up-to-date information. Most of the information is updated, and our website has been awarded as the best government website also. Not only this, we have come out with an app, that is my.msme.gov.in, my MSME app, through which all the schemes can be accessed to. One can apply for the benefits. Any MSME can apply for the benefits under that is from that app itself, from that portal itself, and all those who have been benefited can be seen. So everything is on the transparent way, and it is very much visible. One more thing I will like to say, how we are promoting entrepreneurship. We have made the entrepreneurship process very simple. Like initially, getting MSME registration was a tedious task, very difficult. Okay, and one had to run from pillar to post to get that registration. But now it is very simple. It is online. Even using your mobile phone, you can get yourself registered on Udyam registration. It is free of cost, no documentation, no fees, nothing is required. One can simply put up the information, and on the self-declaration basis, the certificate is generated, with the condition that this certificate is generated based on the self-declaration. And if any proof of any facts which has been mentioned in this while applying for this certificate has to be produced to the concerned authority as and when required promptly. That's it. Then we have set up a web portal for grievances. It is known as champions.gov.in. It is also very recently, this was last portal, and we are receiving so many grievances on this, mostly related to delayed payments, mostly related to rules and regulations, mostly related to other things. Even with the private party, from one party to the other party, we are getting the complaint, and we are trying to resolve this as per the guideline which has been framed initially, that the grievance whichever has been received on Champions portal has to be resolved within 72 hours. And you take it from me, most of these grievances are resolved within 2 hours, 3 hours time, and at the most within 24 hours time, because we can access that information online. Mostly they are looking for the information, what way this is the rule, what is the thing, where from they can apply. So we are, since this information is handy, so we just simply pass on the information, and they really feel very happy. Particularly those who are located at the remote places, they find it extremely difficult, because you see, this is what I'm talking of central government of India, because mostly you see they are supposed to be helped by district industry center, DIC, which are established by state government, but they don't reach to them. So sometimes in some of the states they don't reach to them, and it becomes very difficult. But when actually they come in contact with us, we divert them, we tell them that you can go to them, and at the same time this is the source of information. So this digitalization has really helped us also. Like today, if on a non-working day, if I'm available, thanks to this digital platform which we are using, and I can pass on this information. Then we have various schemes, like if you really want to develop your market, we have market development schemes. We reimburse the expenses in participating in the national exhibition within the country and in international exhibitions also. There are many of the entrepreneurs who are taking advantage of this, but still I will tell you 99%, rather more than 99% are not taking advantage of this, and more than 70% are even not aware of it. The process is very simple, transparent, very easy, but one has to follow the guidelines. That's it. And everything is online. For example, I would like to share one example here, because without putting the example, it will be just blah blah thing. Recently, India International Trade Fair was held in Pragati Maidan from 14th November to 27th November 2021. Okay, so we had a pavilion, and in that pavilion, otherwise the usual cost of a stall would have been 1 lakh plus, but we had given that stall free of cost to SC, ST and women entrepreneurs, and with a meager amount of 22,000 for a general entrepreneurs. So there were more than 150, 200 stalls which were given, and many of them we have not been even seeing their faces when actually they put their stalls. Then we made them, and then they came to know, okay, you are the person who has given this stall. So everything is online, even we have not met them. So this is the best example. We had the stalls there. This, for example, what is the lack of information which I would like to request you all guys here, please spread this information that come forward. If you know something, share that with others also. Let the person, let the real genuine entrepreneur should not be taken for a ride. For example, I will give you an example. We are receiving many complaints that this Udyam registration, that is MSME registration, though it is free of cost, but they have paid 2,000 rupees, 1,999 rupees, and they are saying that we have not yet got this one after paying this. So these are the fake websites which have been brought up by private persons. These are not the genuine one. The genuine is udyamregistration.gov.in. Even on their fake website also they mention that this they can get it free of cost, but since they are providing the facilities, they are charging. So they get their documents also, they get their personal information, and still they are facing difficulties. So please spread this news. One can get directly in touch with our institutes which are located throughout the country in each state. Okay, they can be in touch with us. One can write email, one can get in touch with champions.gov.in, or with any mode. One can visit and one can find out this. Even this district industry centers have all the information about our schemes and their state specific schemes also. So this is what actually initially I can say, because the time is very short. Otherwise I wanted to tell so many things. If you have developed a product, if you have got the patent, we have an incentive scheme of up to 5 lakh rupees reimbursement towards your expenditure. All of you must have got a trademark. For trademark expenditure is generally 5,000 to 7,000 rupees, 8,000 rupees. We reimburse the expenses up to 10,000 rupees. But still, 99.9% of the entrepreneurs have not applied for such an incentive. So we can say there are not very few takers. Similarly, lean manufacturing scheme is there. Similarly, export promotion schemes are there. There are so many schemes. One must go and one must take the advantage of that scheme. This is what initially I can say at the time being. Since the time is very short, so I will like to stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Goel, for the initiatives already been taken by Government of India, and officers like you have been already doing and supporting MSMEs to empower them. Thank you, Dr. Goel.
Okay, welcome.
We have got another esteemed panelist, Professor of Finance from IIF, Indian Institute of Finance, Professor Dr. Aman Agrawal. He has been already felicitated by the lots of international platforms through them, and he has been the instrumental for finance guys, for for knowledge, and his knowledge sharing will definitely help the MSMEs to empower. Professor Agrawal, please.
Namaskar. This is Professor Aman Agrawal from Indian Institute of Finance. I hope you're able to hear and see me.
Yes, sir. Very much audible.
Dr. Laik, I hope you're able to hear and see me.
Yes, very much audible, sir.
Given the time frame which we have, I'll constrain myself to 5 minutes in my address. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Laik and Dr. Datta to have considered and invited me to the conclave today of the WASME. The WASME has been doing a great job in terms of not only motivating but also enriching a large number of MSMEs in the country in terms of upgrading themselves and taking them forward and giving them a global platform to actually showcase themselves and connect to a worldwide platform and structures, and even help with the government frameworks and requirements which are there, as what I have little knowledge about WASME from my colleagues who have been deeply involved with WASME for the last 15-20 years now. Now, the topic which was given to me was on the nurturing of entrepreneurs amongst the MSME holds key to the India's prosperity. I think there is no doubt about it, because large number of studies which have been published in Finance India, in Harvard Business Review, in Journal of Finance, and various other academic journals clearly outlay the role and importance of the MSMEs across the globe, and how they actually enrich the growth and development of a country. Because large number of MSMEs around the world hire a huge chunk of unorganized sector, and the white collar workers, the blue collar workers, all kinds of workforce which is hired by them. And as you know very well, that in a country like India and most developing countries like India actually have a huge chunk of an unorganized sector workforce, which ultimately lands up and works through the MSMEs, which becomes a key factor in terms of production capabilities and then yielding the end products to large companies, which ultimately roll out various other products which consumers like us consume. We've done some lot of work in the last 20-25 years in the MSME sector. We created certain models. Various MSMEs have used those models to enhance themselves, grow themselves. They've been tested, well tested on various companies who have come to us, consulted us from time to time. But is it something which is new? Many people say MSME is a new concept, although we have a new MSME ministry, no longer new, but it's been fairly new in terms of other grown ministries which are there. And but we have had the small scale industries since we got independence, which was nothing else but the MSMEs. And the SIDBI was created in specific from IDBI to finance these small scale industries long back, almost in the late 60s, early 70s. And when we trace back history of entrepreneurship, startups, and things like this, we went and we saw almost to 527 BCE. We saw the existence of firms, of organizations which were nothing else but entrepreneurs, startups, and so on and so forth. Just to give a few names, like Nalanda University, which is one of the most famous universities around the world, Takshila and Nalanda. Nalanda started in 257 BCE to 1197. It was functional, and then Takshila came into existence in 518 BCE. Both of these were nothing else but initiatives, more like startups. And you'll be shocked, at that time, about 10,000, 2,000 scholars and 10,000 students were studying in these universities, coming from all across the world. Imagine people, no train, no plane, no ships. People will walk up and come and start working with these universities, enriching themselves. Apart from that, then we had the Chandragupta Maurya, and I have listed a large number of them which have come up, even as companies, General Motors, Xerox, and so on and so forth, which have come up across the globe and within the country, of emerging out of, as an entrepreneurship, as a small-scale industry, and then have grown to be a large institution, whether it is within the education frame or institutions like Amul or, other Infosys or Cisco, which have come into picture, grown from small to large. So we have seen organizations which have grown from small to large as a contribution of associations like WASME and others who have been promoting. And India has been a land which has been nurturing offshoots of MSMEs. So there is no doubt about the fact that what role they play in the growth of a nation or growth of an organization or a sector or an industry. Now, when it comes to India and the fact that our Honorable Prime Minister is talking about the $5 trillion economy, we cannot actually look at that kind of a growth till the growth is felt at the last point, meaning thereby that a common man at the end of the stream feels that growth. The common man can only feel that growth if we are able to enrich and grow the MSME segment per se. And only once we are able to enrich and grow the MSME segment can we actually render that growth, a component of that growth, to the growth of the common man. And fortunately, I'm happy that some of the reform processes which have been initiated in the last 5-6 years, including the demonetization, although a large number of MSMEs were badly hit because of demonetization, because most of them moved on cash only basis. GST, which again they were not used to, but certainly did end up helping many MSMEs who actually decided to move on in a legal framework, in a regulated regulated framework structure. And as a result, we saw people could take benefits of Jan Dhan account, people could take benefits of GST coming in that single platform and go into a level playing field. They could formalize, even women. Like I remember Piyush Goyal in the last year's budget, which he gave the interim budget, he talked about anyone having an income up to 5 lakhs would not need to pay any taxes. And they were, India is a society where large amount of women. My grandmother used to teach in a village called Raipur Rani in Haryana, women to be empowered. She did not need for money, but she was teaching as a social service, but were teaching women to empower themselves, whether it is Silai, it is stitching, or it is some of the other skills which she was imparting, so that those women could actually earn their living in case their husbands were not there, because many of the husbands will engage themselves in as army men or as national soldiers, or will go to big cities to do work. So they had their time at exposure and they could earn. And we see in even big cities like Noida, many women, household women, housewives, have actually created enterprises where they're actually supplying food, services, stock, products which they're actually supplying through informal networks. Now they could actually claim that benefit and then now start looking at even growing their business if they file the returns having less than 5 lakh rupees worth of income and formalize their setup. Now this is something which the government policy framework in the last 5-7 years has been actually entailing and providing for. Now, one may say demonetization, how did it really benefit? You see, we see a large number of digital payments. One of my colleagues in the session before did talk about the way digital payments have gone up and the way things have happened. Credit cards came back way back in late 1970s and early 80s. Their annual statements clearly said that we will make economies digital. Till date, they have not been able to make economies. Even United States of America has a cash framework of almost about 56% as an economy which is running on cash. Europe, in large number of countries, the cash framework is between 50 to 60%. Belgium has about 40-45%. Now you can imagine, even despite the high level of education, the high level of literacy, the high level of banking structures which are prevalent there, the ease of doing activities, ease of opening accounts, and so on and so forth, despite all those factors, the digital thing has not gone in, and one has not become less cashless or less cash. However, with this particular one incidence of demonetization and the digital payment gateway going up, the largest class in the country, the lowest strata, where you may spend n amount of money. Someone talked about, the stock exchange was there, the equity. You see, we have not been able to educate people to go about investing in equity or in mutual funds and other things, despite the NSC, the BSC, the SEBI having large number of training programs organized, many of them free of cost for people at large. But this one jerk which was given actually entailed a huge chunk of population, which comprises of almost 40% of India, to move to digital platform. And what does that really mean? It means now a person who is selling pan, a person who is selling cigarette, a person who is selling samosa or tea, he can take everything to digital mode and he's safe, because when he leaves the end of the day, he had cash in his hand, which will either go away in playing gambling or on alcohol, or will be taken away as theft by someone when he went from his workplace back to his home. Now today, since that goes into the bank account or a digital wallet framework, he has that money and he can start thinking of building his family, thinking about his children, thinking about his wife's growth, thinking about his own growth in terms of building on that MSME structure which is there. Not to forget, micro still stands for that little man sitting. All the people made fun of the samosa wala when Narendra Modi ji talked about startup very back in 2014-15. But then it is really a startup, but he doesn't get that motivation to go up. With this framework of digital creation, he gets that framework. And the security, because no police wala listens to him. No police station has a here to say about him when he loses money. And as a result, today, he is theft free to a large extent. He can save that money and think about growth. And I think this is something which is important, is when we're nurturing caliber, and then the various schemes of government where they are actually trying to extend credit to even these. I know credit, there was a scheme which was there about 10,000 rupees worth of credit. And MSME, at times micro institutions, require that kind of credit to actually go on and build upon. And many women have taken advantage of that. Many men have taken, women even in small towns, women even in big cities have taken advantage of such kind of scheme. Young boys and girls, entrepreneurs who wanted to, had a desire to do some entrepreneurship, as one-manship or two-manship came up, started those activities. Now, this is something which is what we refer to as an ecosystem, as an environment which needs to be built up, and this government fortunately did provide for that. So I fully support the ideology which WASME is also wanting to put forward, which is nurturing the entrepreneurs, nurturing the entrepreneurship which is taking place through this government framework as well. How much success can we have? We will come to know in due course, but we have started seeing the offshoots. Where did supply chain in this country during COVID-19 not get disrupted? It was because of these startups. It was because of the agriculturists who were still functioning in this country. In large countries, even in United States, the other day I was speaking to one of the distinguished professors. He said, in United States, supply chain is a big problem. Things are stuck up in dockyards. They don't have people to offload them. Ships are stranded for months now. Supply chain has become. Fortunately, in India, supply chain was not a concern, not an issue. It was a matter of concern initially, but it continued. And as a result, people like you and me sitting in big towns could survive, could get our foods at our home through various retail chains, e-retail chains, mom and pop shops, who actually sacrificed, who actually took the risk of COVID and still made us survive and be habitable for me to be speaking here at this forum. And I think my hats off to both the agriculturists and these young, elderly, or entrepreneurs or startups who actually were a part of this MSME framework, who made the engine of growth for India still continue. The reason we are able to have a GDP grow at such a fast rate, which is one of the largest in the world, irrespective of whether the World Bank says where I had been 20 years back, where IMF says, various other agencies says the same thing. The important thing is this is all done without fiscal spending being spent in terms of giving sweets to people, like has been done in the United States. You know, a friend of mine has a company in the United States, which has a base in India also. A huge chunk of $1 million loan has been given to him. 3 years, no EMI to be paid. 30 years is a loan term. Can you imagine? That is the kind of framework which government of the United States. They have gone to 3 times of their total GDP as a fiscal spending which has happened in the last 1.5 years. Now imagine how will they recover, and that's why they have a new Fed governor who is supposed to bring in control. In India, the government did some direct benefit transfer, but did not do so much that the fiscal did cross the budgets or the bars. And as a result, despite not doing that fiscal spending, they're able to turn the economic growth factor and bring it. In my opinion, this is only because of the MSMEs. This is not because of large corporations. Large corporations, yes, vaccination is there, but not because of large corporations. Who is giving medication? These are not big hospitals. These are small hospitals which are giving vaccinations throughout the country. This is important to be understood. And that is what is, in my opinion, the importance of MSMEs in this country and how they've actually contained us and made us grow to where we are today. And they are the ones who will take us to the $5 trillion. $5 trillion is not such a big mark. We change the exchange rate, let the exchange rate float up as it is wanting to float up. It is strengthening consistently. The RBI does not allow many times. If it floats up, you will be $5 trillion economy tomorrow. Instead of 75 rupees, you become 60 rupees, 50 rupees. You will be $5 trillion tomorrow. You don't need to do much there. You do it the way China has done. Understand, we were at the time of independence, 98% importing country. Even a small little in this country was imported from overseas. But our exchange rate was $2 for 1 rupee. That means $1 was equal to 50 paisa. That was the strength of the rupee at that time. When we were 99% importing country, we were 99% tax. 10 rupees you earn, 9 rupees you give to the government. And that's why we became people who created black money. Now we have an economy which is the lowest tax regime in the world. The MSME should come forward. Entrepreneurs should come forward. There is a huge demand in terms of wanting to bring in that growth. Huge demand that Prime Minister has been repeatedly talking about in terms of inducing that growth factor. They are the only ones can do it. And I think WASME is playing a critical key role in doing it. They have been doing it, and I salute them for hopefully doing that together even in the future. Anything we can do as an institution or as a professor, I would be very happy to assist or associate myself as a warrior of WASME in terms of taking this message forward to the world at large, or even taking MSMEs or guiding them or mentoring them so that they can be tomorrow the unicorns, as they say, of the world. And let me tell you, whenever I travel for ADB meetings, OECD meetings, everywhere, they ask me, how is it that India survives? How is it that the Indian industry survives? Little support from the government, little financing from the government, but Indian industry survives. The MSME is dynamic. How does it do it? They are shocked. The family system, the way we have cultured the nature of building up the truth, the framework they have done, I think is one of the reasons, and the MSMEs is. With that, I would like to thank the WASME and Dr. Laik and Dr. Datta to have considered to invite me to speak at this forum, and thank you everyone for listening to me so patiently.
So thank you, Professor Agrawal, for your valuable thoughts on the topic. So based on the statistics and all the inputs, we can say that MSMEs are changing. हमारा MSME बदल रहा है. That's good, great. So we are just filling the bunch of that kind of sense over there. Now we have got another esteemed panelist, Mrs. Shampa Banerjee. She is the Executive Director of WASME, and she'll be just focusing on the nurturing entrepreneurship among women MSMEs and the way to India's problem to become the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Mrs. Banerjee.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Laik. And this is indeed, I mean, WASME, every year we do such type of conference, international conference, and pick the desired issue, the issue to be discussed. And this time, of course, MSME we have picked, and wonderfully, all my I mean previous speakers, they have covered almost all the aspects of MSMEs. And as we know that small and medium enterprise sector is a significant contributor to the economic growth of any country. It's not only acts as the backbone of manufacturing, agriculture, and engineering services, but also is among the top employment generating sectors. Being contemporary to a large industries, it contributes enormously to the country's GDP, besides fostering the entrepreneurial spirit. Today, the sector produces a wide range of products, from simple consumers goods to high precision, sophisticated finished products. So we have discussed all the barriers, all the implications of it. So the sector is characterized by low investment requirement, operational flexibility, and location-wise mobility is required. This enables providing employment at a lower capital cost, and also helps in correcting regional imbalances through industrialization of rural and backward areas towards an efficient and inclusive growth rates. So real scenario, while COVID-19 crisis impacted MSMEs across the world, and as we just before a while the speaker said that how Indian MSMEs have survived even during this COVID pandemic. So, and yes, we survived. So very beautifully he has explained all the things, and MSME contributes 30% of India's GDP. The share of MSMEs related products is total exports from India during 2018 to 19 is 48%. The estimated number of workers, is the share of MSME related. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're perfectly audible.
You're audible. You're audible. Please go ahead.
So now we keeping all these in mind, like as already we have discussed. So a few points only I would need to I will focus on, like ease of doing business is predominantly crucial for the MSME sector. That can lead India's economic growth, and this can be done by state and central level policies in the form of incentives, regularity clearances, and labor laws. The government could continue to work towards the ease of doing business in India by streamlining regulations and processes, and by issuing clear directives on future regulatory requirements. MSME firms often benefit heavily from industrial policies aimed at supporting the build-up of space sectors and activities. These policies rebalance economic growth towards manufacturing with the aim of reaping productivity improvements and entry into global value chain. India has one of the most liberalized FDI policy worldwide. Then wherein 100% FDI under automatic route is permitted in many sectors. The FDI policy equally applies to the MSME sector. Liberalized FDI policy should be pursued to ensure that along with attracting investment, modern and cutting-edge technology is brought in the country to improve overall productivity and competitiveness on the MSME sector. Then a cluster is a cluster development approach that already my previous speakers, they have already spoken, but a cluster is a group of enterprises that located within an identified area, and they work in a similar services. So through Ministry of Textile, lot of projects are there taking up to develop these type of schemes. So we should have policies to promote MSME clusters in other ministries through, like the way we are doing in food processing, textile and pharma. Keeping this in mind, the government has adopted the cluster development approach as a key strategy for enhancing the productivity, but at the same time we need to focus on agricultural sector as well. Although we have policies in food processing sectors, but still we need to scale up this. Technology is increasingly seen as a business enabler and a vital tool for bringing in process efficiencies and a higher degree of standardization. In order for MSMEs to develop a competitive advantage to operate in the global market, a strong focus on implementing new age technology, developing indigenous technology, as well as technology collaboration with global parameters is likely to play a crucial role. So here, as in WASME's platform, of course, we are doing a lot of works with, as we have penetration in more than 100 countries of the world, and we are doing it through B2B technology transfer in a new manner we have started. So there are indications and initiatives from WASME we are doing. So keeping this in mind, that technology play a pivotal role for MSMEs to scale up their operations and become part of global value chains. Then the one major thing, that access to capital, the ability to MSMEs to spark growth and foster job creation is limited by their ability to find adequate finance. In one study, it was done by the Ministry of MSME during this 2018 finance gap in India by the International Finance Corporation. No, it was done by International Financial Corporation. Estimated that the overall demand for both debt and equity finance by MSME at $1.4 trillion, which comprises $1.1 trillion of debt demand and $283 billion of equity demand. So with the appropriate policy interventions and support to the MSME sector, government can provide the required support to the mid-sized firms to compete with the global scale and grow in the processes. Access to institutional capital should not be a hurdle for a mid-sized firm to grow in a large-scale firm. Then growth imperatives are there to capture frontliner manufacturing opportunities in the coming decade. India needs to triple its number of large-scale firms, with more than 1,000 mid-sized companies scaling up from the current state. Addressing a missing middle of mid-sized firms can enable to emergence of 1,000 more large firms by 2030. Improving access to capital and easing other barriers to business would help the best performing firms of all size climb the ladder of scale and global competitiveness. Government has also put its focus on ensuring the growth of domestic firms in India. The government launched the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we are organizing the seminar in itself. The Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, which has witnessed a significant push towards enhancing domestic industries through new measures like incentives, subsidies, and funding support. The underlying goal is to strengthen the manufacturing and export capacities of domestic firms and industries, so as to put them at the heart of global economy chains. If India has to become 5 trillion in economy, then it has to ensure that the MSME sector gets the maximum attention in the growth story of India. The recently launched production linked incentive PLI scheme is meant to ensure that India has global champions in each sector. The scheme will also support the mid-sized firms to grow and compete with global firms. This not only helps the MSMEs to grow, but also helps the nation to become a manufacturing hub for the world. The PLI schemes will also lead to investments in innovations, research and development, and upgradation of technology development and deployed by the MSME sector. India is at an inflection point, and has an opportunity to raise its manufacturing powers to cater to its domestic demand and also to global markets. Then, keeping sustainable development goals in mind, the financing needs to achieve it. So, which are substantial for the Asia Pacific countries in special situations which comprise the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries and small island developing countries of the region. So estimate of the Asia Pacific's financing need to achieve the SDGs by 2030 before the pandemic for LDCs and SIDS around 15% to 20% of their respective GDPs. Although updated estimates are not available, it is expected that the COVID-19 pandemic increases the region's financing need due to drastic declines of government's revenues and the urgent need to deploy sustainable fiscal and monetary measures to address the health and socio-economic consequences of the pandemic. Since 2018, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific has implemented a project entitled Supporting the Countries with Special Needs, that is countries in special situation in Asia Pacific, in meeting the challenges of resource mobilization for achieving the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. The overall objective of the project is to strengthen the capacity of policymakers in selected countries to identify gaps and design opportunities, policy options to effectively allocate and utilize existing financial resources as well as mobilize additional finance for achieving these SDGs. Two of the target beneficiary countries took concrete policy actions in 2020 based on the recommendations and discussions that took place during this project activities. Why I am discussing this? Because achieving this sustainable development goal and where India stands, that we must know. And as my previous speakers, they already mentioned that yes, we are sustaining very clearly with all the new modification, new changes with digitalization, policy reformation, everything we are doing, and we are trying to cope with the time, and of course we are achieving it. So we can say that yes, sustainable development goal is we are into it, and we are going to achieve it in 2030. So the schemes, that key elements enabling environment that we need to focus on for this legal and regulatory framework, given to the importance of the MSME sector and economic growth, the government and regulators have instituted several policies to facilitate the growth and sector encourage participation by financial institutions. Then policies to facilitate multi-pronged support, skill development, market linkage, technology adoption, and infrastructure funding support to credit guarantee schemes. We have already discussed, so I don't want to overlap, and I don't want to address these. So these already have been discussed. Financial, then credit bureau to track credit history of enterprises, collateral registry of immovable assets, small and medium stock exchange to facilitate primary and secondary transactions for SMEs, securities, small business sectors functions in a highly competitive environment and require an enabling environment to sustain growth. Then the current increasing financial access we need to address in this, that because the current financing gap in the small business sector market presents a huge potential opportunity for common financial institutions to expand their market reach. However, to achieve this, both the financial institutions and enterprises require substantial support from government and private sector. Building on the efforts, there are several potential interventions that can be undertaken to expand the access to MSME finance in India through enabling infrastructure, liquidity management, and risk management. Some of these, potential interventions are encourage securitization of trade receivable in the sector through appropriate legal infrastructure, promote institutions to syndicate finance and private advisory support to MSME in rural and semi-urban areas, incentivize formation of MSME specific new venture funds by allowing existing government equity funds to make another investment. So liquidity management should be there. Risk management, yeah, of course, I don't want to go into further detail. Already this risk management has already been covered, so many schemes and everything. So the big problems need to be addressed. Like at a glance, if we can think, India has a problem. Entrepreneurs have consistently contributed to the country's vibrant growth-oriented economy since liberalization in 1991. So entrepreneurship has become increasingly important in sustaining India's rapid growth. Micro, small and medium enterprise also contribute to the country's inclusive growth and job creation. The Ministry of MSME estimates that between 2000, so the estimate and everything is there, and the main purpose is to achieve the sustainable development growth of 2030, and we are easing our policies, we are flexible, we are doing all that. The government has taken so much initiative and has been taking lots of measures in a flexible manner. So entrepreneurial talent is abundant, willingness to take risk, all these are addressed. Not every individual, even armed with training and reinforcement, that is also successfully implemented by the government of India. So more than 60% of the Indian population possesses personality traits that are crucial for success of an entrepreneur, that has already been taken care, such as business thinking 69%, optimism 66%, and persistence 65%. These are psychological parameters that we are already trying to cross and towards achieving this goal. So India is definitely going to achieve this sustainable development goal through nurturing this entrepreneurship among MSMEs. And all we know that MSMEs holds a key position in development of any economy, so that we are doing. And definitely world has been witnessing and will witness that we are going to achieve this. With all these words, thank you all of you present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for your valuable thought on the topic. And you have also addressed with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Very good, thank you. Now we have got a very energetic Vice President from Bangladesh, now the President of Bangladesh chapter, Mr. Julur Rahman, is very energetic. He is the chairman of Rahman Group. He has been doing instrumental for the Bangladesh SMEs, and he can align this empowerment of the Bangladeshi SMEs to the Indian SMEs also. So he'll be just talking on the topic, building an efficient, low-cost retail export channel can bolster MSMEs. Mr. Rahman, please. Can you unmute? Please unmute. Any technical issues, sir? Megha, you can assist Mr. Rahman for getting out this. Now we can invite the next one so that he can sort out the technical issue he has been already facing. So we have got another panelist, Mr. Vivek Norpal. He is very much supporting the SMEs in the academic sector as well as SMEs of the Netherlands. He is the chairman and founder of this Euro-Asia. He has been connected with the world in a very good way, and he is also senior advisor to WASME. He is also instrumental to many of the SMEs. They have already achieved their target. Dr. Nagpal, please.
Yeah, good evening, Sanjeev Ji. Am I audible?
Yes, very much audible, sir.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Rahman, oh, you have already sorted out your issue? Okay,
Yeah,
you
okay.
have some, I think.
No
You can continue, Dr. Nagpal.
Okay, so I'll take about 10 minutes. So thank you so much. It's a very insightful and beautiful program. Of course, probably second best to coming to Noida and meeting you all in person. But I'm in India right now for a few weeks. And very interesting comments, wide-ranging things. Of course, I know a few of the speakers. Professor Aman Agarwal was one of them recent. So I've been asked to talk a bit about cross-border selling. I'll sort of expand that to more like international trade, international business. And my work has been a lot in the training of SMEs, owner managers, and staff. And internationalization has been a topic also actively in India, as well as, of course, in Europe. So I will use that perspective to share a few ideas and some reflections also on what I heard as to how we can indeed move the needle and indeed capture the opportunity that we have for a huge growth opportunity and potential in e-commerce and related to that, to cross-border selling, which is basically the possibility for a small business to sell their goods and services abroad, outside India, thereby enlarging the market. So I will probably touch also on the topic that Mr. Rahman was going to do because it's connected. I prepared that talk around that. The talk about brand, importance of brand recognition is important. For example, Euroasian that I built over for 30 years, although there's a non-profit intellectual network of like-minded persons like Dr. Laik and others who are supporting the development and growth of new ventures, particularly from small companies and SMEs, as well as human resource and collaborations. It required about 50 programs over 30 years in both India as well as in Netherlands, UK, Spain, Germany, and of course, wherever I was invited, I was going there and interacting with people. And that connectivity and that personal relationship and professional relationship in a focused manner about a topic or a type of topic, all interrelated, helps people to remember you. So when pandemic hits, I'm talking with my hat of a small business myself. When pandemic hit us, I've not been for 1 year and 7 months in India. This is the first time this happened in the last 31 years. With over 100 trips to my credit for coming to India, working, and also personal relations. Had I not invested in the relationship with my stakeholders, clients, partners, colleagues, students, interns, all kinds of people, we would have run out of business. And this is the key, as somebody very well said, I think Professor Agarwal said. Now we have this very strong connect with our customers, and the Indian small business has managed to be flexible without much of a government support and without much of easy access to capital, like the cash that is available in US, for example. 30 years you can pay back the loan, is because of our relationships. Even our Indian origin, US captains of industry, especially in the tech sector, there was a research some time back as to what is the distinguishing factor or the success factor of these executives. It is their humility, their simplicity, their very nice way of interacting with people. So not the type that you fire 800 people over a Zoom call types. It's not that they don't take tough decisions. It is how they interact with people respectfully, politely, giving others the space and the recognition, and being a humble person, not trying to be over smart. You don't have to be. If you're a king, why should you announce that I'm king? So this beauty of our culture, especially in this space of massive issues. Now we have got used to it. Now we have variants and we have again disruption. Now again the flights were going to open and now it's again pushed back to 31st of January. Humans are amazing in their capability to adapt. And thank goodness we have the internet and we have these technical opportunities. And my compliments to WASME for shifting so quickly from a offline conference to an online conference in just less than a week. And looking at the galaxy of speakers and the contribution, is just amazing what you did. Coming back to the relational part, the brand part, I'll connect the two, the branding and the relationship. In a small business, as we have been taught, is the extension of the personality of the entrepreneur or the owner manager. How you are, how you behave, how you act in your company, in your business, with your employees, with everybody else, actually is the brand. So they may not have brand recall like the big brands with the huge advertising budgets, and they pound you like Baiju is doing and others are doing. In the Indian cricket team, Baiju, everything Baiju. So the unicorns, they have the cash now. But the small business, they have got the relationship and they have built that. The customer relation management is very personalized, very personalized. They attend programs from each other, they go around. So why I'm saying this is important? Because that's how we do business in India, at least a small business. And most are family businesses, so there's a family culture, there's always the children of the entrepreneur and the owner manager involved. So, there's a plus side to it. Like we mentioned, there is a challenge in terms of getting innovation going, in getting new ideas going, getting new managerial thinking and style going. And of course, there are many, many good companies that are working hard to get in the fresh blood, or at least try to train and try to find a way to, keep good, talented people. All this matters. And an example I would like to share is that one of my SME contacts hired one of my MBA students who was almost on the way out of Netherlands because he didn't manage to find a job within the time that was given. And when I put in a word, this SME hired this gentleman from an MBA graduate, good background. I asked the SME, why did you hire him? He says, look, of course, he's from a good school. I have good, warm image about India and Indians. I know you. you know him, so I know you will not refer anybody just like that. But now comes the main thing. But the most important reason is that by having an Indian on my team, my group of 10, 15 will internationalize. We are all speaking Dutch. Now we have a guy from Nasik. He comes originally from Nasik. And our team in Utrecht. And we will have an international team. So what I'm trying to say is that internationalization, of course, there are so many times me and Dr. Laik have been discussing, small business trade, trade missions to go and meet prospective customers in Europe, basically all of EU plus UK. That's my base, and that's where I try to help WASME. And I'm very happy, by the way, congratulations. I think this, you have put it in between, but it's a big thing. You have the conference in Johannesburg. I hope to be part of that. That's really good. And you had your Dubai programs and all that. This simple, tangible things that we can do, because we are already a community, we are all tied to WASME, we are all connected, we are all spending our free day for being together, learning from each other. We can handhold both large, mid-size, and small businesses in a very structured and focused manner to go and explore new markets. We can help existing businesses with their existing clients to grow their business. In fact, like we have been talking about, one of the speakers talked about how you can use the big companies can be part of the ecosystem to take the small companies, and they both benefit, and we've seen that in the auto space, for example. We can very structured nicely, also cross-connecting with ASSOCHAM, FICCI, CII, and other Indian trade organizations. There are a lot of very dynamic NRIs or CIs who have built their own businesses around networking and bridging and all this. It's a huge business opportunity. Beyond the big 4 or 5 consultants, they are doing their stuff. There's a lot of underserved businesses who still want a personal connect, who still would like to have a personal advisor they know, who can come by, who can meet them, who can understand their situation, because it's big money for them to travel abroad. And it will happen. 2022 will be a big, nice year where the travel abroad will be possible. And again, associations like ours has the feet on the ground, whether it's Bangladesh or it is Netherlands or it is South Africa or where it is other parts of UAE. We can even make a program successful without the entrepreneur going to that country. For example, I'm advising a few universities and some institutes to set up programs or recruit in India and vice versa. One of my clients now cannot come, and we can try and get permission, it's just straightforward, cannot come to India till 31st of January because regular commercial flights the ban has been extended. Then they don't take part in the bubble. No problem, because when we are here, we can take care of the requirement. And even on a meeting that we are visiting, see, personal meeting is important. If I am visiting somebody in Lucknow, I'm right now in Lucknow, the client, the other party, can join us in a conference call. So the visit still can happen. And remember, this is the cost advantage, because obviously going and meeting customers costs money. If you don't meet people, you can forget about business. Yeah, you can go to marketplace and you can go to eBay and you can go to Amazon and you can, it's just like the Ola, what they do with their drivers. I mean, not to just use this platform to say that they are doing wrong. They are fantastic. They did great things for mobility in our country. But the taxi guys, they grumble. They are paying 20%, 25%, whatever. Our small business guys also will pay through their nose. Whether it is hotels or whether it is any of these marketplaces, they charge a huge amount of money, and that cuts into the margin. And that's a huge problem for growing the business, especially because we are having other challenges. There is a financial crunch. Maybe some people have been laid off. So from a managerial point of view, it becomes complex to grow, even when there's an opportunity and yeah, maybe I can do something over there. Especially for the traditional, old-fashioned, old school entrepreneurs and businesses that are 20, 30 years in the business and they're doing their thing. जैसे यार चलता है ना चलने देना क्या जरूरत है? What's the point? And that's the loss we are facing. In my network, and I'm sure some others have other experience. My network in automotive and transport, most of these companies have not taken, even in the pandemic, the jump for digitalization. And I'm reading all over the place, Economic Times and other magazines, and all the galaxy of speakers today are saying one thing, and everybody, that without digitalization, without coming online, without being active online, how are you going to capture the growth? Why are the guys not doing it? My guy, who's a gem, I'm reading the same business. I'm reading that there is a demand for Indian gems and jewelry on even eBay and others. And my own best friend, who has a business from Kolkata, who has stores of jewelry, Kolkata jewelry in Dubai and in London now, has not gone online. He only maintains a website to deal with the tax. Culture. Of course, his son is now coming in, but he's going to go into gaming, and then he is going to do it in a different way because he has learned the things in England and he has understood that, that's the big business. Virtual reality gaming is huge business. So what I'm trying to say is that when we talk about cross-border selling or marketing, selling is like sale. Marketing, I have been teaching that it's a pull. You attract people to you. Another example you will love, I'm sure. When I started becoming a businessman, because I started teaching on a business level, that you could hire me or my team and others for programs. I went to one lawyer, friend of mine, my wife's friend, for a bit of a cultural class. That, hey, listen, I've come to Barcelona. I'm talking about a story in 2005. I said, I've come to Barcelona. I want to do business. I'm from India, actually. But I'm Dutch trained. So yeah, I work like Dutch. I feel like Indian, I think like Indian, but I act like Dutch. I'm used to no nonsense and tell what you have and get the deal done. Don't talk and don't waste time. If you have said to me you want to follow up and you don't follow up, I get disturbed. So he says, boss, sit down. He says, here, when you are coming, you talk. If you are a shoe seller, you're selling shoes. You talk about mobility, you talk about health, you talk about vitality, you talk about rubber, you talk about design, you talk about this and that, and you impress the person with your knowledge, and you meet the person. And then when you are leaving, the man or the lady with whom you have been speaking will ask you, Mr. Nagpal, what have you got in your bag? And that's the time you say, hey, I have leather shoes from Kanpur. So the point is that every cultural context is different. Even in Europe, like in India, we have so much differences in the cultural norms and values and the style of doing business. UK is different to Germany, Germany is different to Netherlands, Netherlands is very different to Spain. And we need the entrepreneur and the businessman not only to have legs on the ground and a network to fall back and all the support structure at a low cost manner, because the things will cost a lot of money. There will be no funds. We also have local translation and interpretation, cultural connect, understanding of the local context, so that when you go and meet a person, then the cultural mismatch or the potential mismatch can be sort of bridged. Even if the other partner knows that you are making an effort, that's good enough. People love it if you respect the other person's culture and other person's way of life. That's works for India. When we have visitors, people who sing our songs and we go to our temples or mosque or whatever, we are happy if foreigners, others are behaving nicely and appreciating our culture. So I think I'll just leave it here because there's a very eminent speaker after me and we have had a long day. But I wanted to give this context a bit of a managerial perspective, that it is not just the numbers, it is just not the targets and the big talk. It is a nitty gritty of how you build a business and how you take it beyond your regular domain. And pandemic is a great opportunity because it has brought massive disruption, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry has come online. So the business has to go online and start thinking that my business is not limited to Lucknow or Noida or wherever you are, or Dhaka. It's beyond, it's international. And that mindset is key for the next step. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagpal, for giving insights on the topic cross-border or cross-border selling. This is a wonderful example you have already cited. This will help our SME fraternity to just recover from this pandemic. Thank you. Now I have got eminent speaker from Bangladesh, Mr. Rahman. Now you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dr. Sanjeev Laik. Yeah, audible now, I think.
Yes. Sorry for inconvenience. You are having, I think, some technical glitches. Okay.
No,
Mr. Rahman. Okay. Yeah. Now
okay,
audible. Mr. Asif Jullur Rahman, he is the president of Bangladesh chapter and vice president of WASME. He is the chairman of Rahman Group. He has been instrumental to the MSMEs of Bangladesh as well as India. So, Mr. Rahman, please put your thoughts on the building an efficient, low-cost retail export channel can bolster MSMEs.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Sanjeev Laik. Really, it's my great pleasure that I could attend. Sometimes we become busy, sometimes we become sick, but it is our most important program for our WASME. It is our international program, and once a day or 2 days in a year. So I'm very much happy and I'm very much grateful to the Almighty Allah that I am joining with this international program. And also I seeing our friends, our well-wishers of our WASME and our some other partners from around the world, and of course our Indian friends. Our virtual 25th International Conference for SMEs we are now in this webinar, in this program. So I wished to be physically attend there, but unfortunately we everybody know that our current situation. So we don't know about just today we heard about our South Africa program in next year. And in fact, I also wish to organize this program in Bangladesh, but I am also confused that what would be. It would be physical or it would be virtual. For to say it is, so now I am not taking my final decision. In future, maybe I will take it. I will decide. And let us see our next year what would be. Okay, now also I like to thank my our Secretary General, Mr. Gyan Prakash Agarwal, that who always giving us lot of time for this WASME. And the WASME, we know the World Association for the SMEs. This WASME, we are not working only for the India, only for the Bangladesh, only for the Canada, not only for the specific countries. We are working for the worldwide. So anyway, thank you very much. That it is long time. Everybody, you are waiting and you are giving time, your precious time. We are grateful to everybody. And now I have to say something about our building an efficient low-cost retail export channel can bolster MSMEs. This is the fact. If we think ourselves for the bolster of our MSMEs, of course, we should have the efficient and low-cost retail export procedure. So there, if I say for the, I'm not telling about our domestic market. This is the export. I mean, this is country to other country. So if I say something about the domestic, this would be a different speech. And now I have to say about the export procedure, export, and by this how we can bolster our MSMEs. Our MSMEs, not only in Bangladesh, also in India or also in other everywhere, that MSME, micro, small, medium, they are not so big figures. They are not so strong like the largest industry who are exporting their goods by air, by sea. And after that, this is the by land. The maximum, if we think about our neighbor countries, our India, Myanmar from Bangladesh, and Nepal, Bhutan, these are our neighbor countries. So these countries, these MSMEs, they get some facility, they get some cheap expenses if they can export through the land ports, through the land facilities. So I think for this export, our small business people, they don't have so much documents. Like these three things I like to mention for this export channel bolsters of MSMEs. These three should be mentioned as per my consideration, my opinion. Timing of document procedures and preparation, timing of reaching the goods to the last destination, I mean to the exporter, to the importer, exporter is exporting, and time of better ways to export. Just from the last, I coming in the first, like time of better ways of export. Just now, as I mentioned, that there is air. This is the most costly for the export ways. Then the sea, then the land port. So in Bangladesh, we have 2,400 kilometers land borders, and within this land, 2,400 kilometers land borders, 92% with India, 8% only with Myanmar. So just between Bangladesh and India, we can think, and from this we can consider our other countries across the world, that we have like this. And also we have the 8 ports, 8 land ports with India and Bangladesh. So these MSMEs, if they can export through these land ports, they have to pay, they have to expense, as I mentioned, less payment, less. And they like to do it, and they have to get it. So about this, the government, whoever in whatever the countries, the government should take care about these facilities especially for the MSMEs. So MSMEs, they are producing their things, whatever they are producing. If they cannot export, of course in the domestic market they are selling this, but we are talking about the export. If they cannot export, they cannot go higher to higher. And I think everybody have the wish to be the bigger one. So for this way, the government, any government, they should have the proper initiative to take the easier the business for the MSMEs, as they not face the like barrier. Now, just now we are passing, still not passed, we are still passing the barriers of Corona, Mr. Corona. So Mr. Corona, what they given us the barriers, but I think the most barrier is coming from the government's bureaucracy. You see, for the preparation of the documents, for the procedures, long time taking in the borders, in the customs, in the different concern sections. There are VAT, there are tax, there are a lot of things. So I think any government, whatever the government, they must have to think about this, that Corona cannot kill the people. Corona cannot deprive the business. But the bureaucrat, they can deprive the business if they not facilitate the business people. I mean the MSMEs. We are talking about the MSMEs. We WASME working for the MSMEs. So for this way, I will say that please let's look after about this procedure. Let do it easier to the MSMEs as they increase their export volumes, and as they can survive, as they can what they're desiring. Of course, it will be legal way. I'm not telling that by the illegal way. Of course, but the procedure from the government should become. Then timing of reaching the time, as I told, that whatever what is the products is producing to the MSMEs, if it is late to reach to the importer, they will be loser. So either the air or the sea or the land or whatever, however, the transport system, the transportation, it also should be easier. It also should be smoother. Sometimes there are strikes. Sometimes there are who are the involved in these three sectors. I mean these three systems. There are also the people, not all the government, the other people. They also creating the barriers for these people. So if everybody, we feel that yes, we like to help the MSMEs, we have the patriotism. From our patriotism, we like to develop our country. We must have to take care of our MSMEs by giving the proper service, by giving them easier way. This is I think we should keep in mind everybody, whoever positions. Then you see, we already know that already I mentioned several times in our last program in Noida, India, Delhi, that of course SMEs, I mean the MSMEs, this is the backbone for economic growth of any country. You see, but what we are doing for them? As just now I mentioned about some barriers, but about our other facilities in the countries, are we giving them? Forget for the export. Okay, export is coming, but we let us think also about the facilities in the country. But we, from the low to higher people, highest people, everybody, even our prime minister, everybody says yes, they are the backbone of the country for the economic growth. But this is a shocking. This is for I think the individual effort from these SMEs. They are doing this. Their contribution is coming for the country. But I'm not telling the prime minister or that we everybody have to think about their facilities. Yes, as they can, as just I mentioned that as they can expand their business from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. I like to say one thing that between our Bangladesh and India, because I see my lot of friends here are in India. Bangladesh, among the top 5 countries, exporter countries of India, it is Bangladesh one. From India, from top 5, Bangladesh is one, as I know. So for this also from our neighbor, our neighbor good country India also should take some initiative, as with the Bangladeshi business people, especially the MSMEs, they can get some better facility, not for the variable certification from the India side. And there also some have other things. But as I know, these are for the certification, many goods we cannot export, and sometimes it is late, and it has to collect from the India from some concerned department. So it also takes time, and it is not good for our MSMEs. As our good brother, good neighbor, better neighbor, we expect from our India side that yes, the government will take initiative for the betterness of the Bangladeshi MSMEs to ease the business about the certificate or whatever helps. Already from our chamber, our Federation of Bangladesh Chamber, our Dhaka Chamber, or our different chambers already is mentioned in different countries, different times in different meetings and webinars. So as just this is our for the export channel, and as I just mentioned that this is for the distribution, for the networking, for this is among this channel. So for this networking, for the distribution, for everything, we should help the MSMEs, not for everywhere. You see, Bangladesh, we have in micro 558,870 micro enterprises, 6,600,685 small enterprises, 700,000 micro medium enterprises. So these people, what they are doing, they are also the helping the as backward supporter of the largest industries. So if we not support this large quantity of this SMEs, MSME, so this largest industry, they will not also get so large to larger. So this is I like to say that for the develop the socio-economy and for the development of the country, for the development of the MSMEs, we has to think for the export channels easier. As the MSMEs, they can bolster not only for export, also the development of the country. So I not like to say a speech here more longer because already the time is gone. More time I taken and more time already we are in position. One thing I like to say that Atmanirbhar Bharat, today's here is the one our topics. As a good neighbor, of course, we wish to be the India Atmanirbhar Bharat. At the same time, I also expect our Indian friends, our Bharatiya friends, they will support Bangladesh to be Atmanirbhar Bangladesh. Thank you very much for hearing my speech. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Rahman. You have validly raised concerns regarding the bureaucracy and all these things. So definitely we have already noted all the concerns, and we will forward it to the concerned department so that they can be addressed. And as far as Atmanirbhar Bharat and Bangladesh are concerned, so we will work closely for the Atmanirbhar Bharat and Atmanirbhar Bangladesh. Thank you. So we have got another esteemed panelist from Canada. She has been instrumental in just supporting or empowering women entrepreneurs across globe, not only in Canada, across globe. and she is the torch bearer for this women entrepreneurs, MSMEs, startups, and all. So we have got esteemed panelist Sadia Lakhehal, and she is the founder of Imperia Industries Canada. Mrs. Lakhehal, please put your thoughts on the how can India build globally competitive MSMEs in collaboration with the Canadian SMEs.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sandesh Laya, for the invitation and to giving me this opportunity. Yes, Imperial Industry Connect is with the mission to promote and propose Canadian SMEs on the international scene through economic delegations and global events, Global Women in Agri-Tech and Manufacturing, in order to also promote cultural connection. So we facilitate and create business opportunity in industry for the revolution and agri-tech between Canada and the world, and shortly we can do it with India. So before talking about how we can India build the globally competitive SMEs, I would like to share with you a picture on SMEs and post-COVID in Canada. You know, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic has been considerably more severe on entrepreneurs and SMEs than on larger organizations of the world. This fact is critical to note since SMEs are the backbone of the Canadian economy, employing almost 90% of all Canadians who work in the private sector. It isn't an overstatement to state SMEs drive economic development, growth, and innovation in Canada. But despite their importance, it is becoming increasingly clear that many SMEs are on the downward slope of what experts are calling K-shapes. K-shapes corresponding to the pandemic-induced economic crisis. So SMEs faced significantly challenges even before the pandemic. Skills gaps and the labor shortages have long been a feature for the Canadian economy, and they remain a top concern for SMEs. Several studies have reviewed the exciting riches on the skills, the development and training needs of SMEs and entrepreneurs, and propose options to better support them in their effort to recover from the pandemic and prepare from the aftermath. To highlight the obstacles and challenges faced by entrepreneurs who are members of equity-seeking group, especially in the context of COVID-19 pandemic, and update on the role SMEs in Canadian economy. The challenges SMEs face in terms of labor shortage, skills shortages, and defining the skills we will need to the future, impact of COVID-19 and SMEs in different sectors, as well on current skills demand in SMEs, and current practices of human research in SMEs, and the pathways and area for the further research. So, and given SMEs the central importance to the Canadian economy, this limited capacity shows why it is crucial to give them this firm a seat at the table where planning for the recovery is taking place and must be supporting getting there if necessary. The recommendations there were focusing on action that can be taken to improve human research practices in SMEs, foster diversity and inclusion, increase the support of SMEs that have limited human research capacity from various stakeholders in the ecosystem, including business organizations and industry associations, the provision of more flexible and modular training options for workers, the development of shared platform equipment with training and tools to improve access to diverse laboratory pools and to support the skills development and career path. The collection of more disaggregated data to access the experiences of different types of SMEs, particularly those who are owned by women and other underrepresented groups, and the broadening of the impacts considered by funders and support for SMEs to include impact and community and social goals. So the faster way to SMEs to boost productivity and economic growth is to innovate. SMEs are a major source of economic growth and job creation for the Canadian economy. Many Canadian SMEs struggle with challenges that hinder their growth, productive research and development, and export capacity. And adopting policy initiative can foster growth for Canadian SMEs in such area and financing innovation, international research, and workforce skills development. There are roughly 1,015,000 SMEs in Canada, and these small innovative companies are vital in driving the nation's economic growth. But in order for Canada to remain competitive in the global market, these SMEs need to become sustainable larger companies, in other words, high growth firms. So, which disponibility driver grow in employment and sales, and are often found in the knowledge, science, and technology sectors. Here in Canada, it is important for a policy market and decision maker to provide support and finance to some SMEs through tailor-to-make and finance, venture capital, advising service, and launcher risk sharing with financing institutions. Additionally, to provide support that work maximize trade and capacity opportunities, including and supporting entrepreneurship and SMEs. Business systems that encourage government to procure goods and services from high-growth Canadian SMEs, and programs that connect innovation-driven Canadian SMEs with a qualified researcher. And Pandemic World is funded by the Government of Future Skills Program. So digitalization infrastructure for a post-pandemic world, very, very important. New working arrangement, building inclusive workplace, innovation in post-secondary education. And program encouraging SMEs to export and connect to international market. Comparing to this point, Canada and India have a long-standing bilateral relationship with the often shared tradition of democracy, pluralist, and strong interpersonal connection. Canada is home to one of the largest community of Indian origin, with approximately 4% of Canadian being of Canada heritage, 1.4 million people. The deep cultural and political tie between Canada and India are strengthened by a growing network of official dialogue agreement, memorandum, and understanding and working groups. A priority market for Canada, India, Canadians' 11th largest export market and 12th largest trading partner overall. Canadians' commercial priority in India are targets in India policy objective of sectors where Canada has comparative advantages. This priority increase the export of conventional and nuclear and energy, as well as clean renewable energy technology. And also education and skills training through greater collaboration between Canada and Indian educational and technical skills institutions. Commercial research and development to drive innovation in such sectors as information, communication, technologies, and increase export of food products and fertilizers to support India's food security also. Canada and India are working towards a comprehensive economic partnership agreement and foreign investment promotion. Canada also has advances with bilateral with India and India that touch on commerce, including nuclear cooperation, science, technology, agriculture, civil aviation, energy. Now, from tragedy to transformation. From tragedy to transformation, how Canada and India can help each other recovering from COVID-19. As Indo-Canadian, we've felt the searing pain of loss from the coronavirus in both of our lands, but we also see opportunities for India and Canada to help each other during this crisis and beyond. A major positive for both countries remained the strong people-to-people engagements, which have helped build their foundation and continue to strengthen their bilateral relationship. The first key agenda point is, of course, the Indo-Canada cooperation, of course, on a framework that realistically match the expectation and aspiration of both countries. Canada remains open and ready to forge even stronger ties with India, whose economy is the fastest growing in the world. This mutually beneficial relationship could lead to increase the partnership between researchers, entrepreneurs, business leaders, investors from both countries. These partnerships are particularly beneficial for people working in high-growth sectors such as technology, manufacturing, agri-food, agri-tech, where Canada and India both have strength. So, India-Canada relation post-given its time increases trade and investment between Canada and India will create well-paying jobs and business opportunity to the citizens of both countries. According to the studies, SMEs from an important part of both Indian and Canada economics, there are around 63 million micro, small and medium entrepreneurs in India, mainly in rural and semi-urban areas, that contribute around 29% to India's GDP and 49% to exports. The SME sector provides employment to over 111 million people and manufacture around 80,000 products from traditional to high-tech precision items. Canada is home to 118 million employee business, of which 115 million are small businesses. Therefore, the two governments can consider launching a robust SMEs joint venture connect program, which will be facilitate such engagement between small businesses from each country. So SMEs in India are eager to leverage such collaboration opportunity for investment technology, collaboration market, expansion, new product service development, etc. So this will be help integrate SMEs, which are the heart of industry of both sides, and provide a filing to bilateral trade and investment. India and Canada have opportunities to deepen trade and trade relations. Canada-India trade is thriving, and India is a priority market for export development. Canada and the government of Canada. In 2019, Canada and India trade exceeded 4.5 billion, making Canada and India main largest exporter market. Thank you so much for your attention, and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakel, for giving your inputs about the Canadian SMEs under your dynamic leadership. Definitely the Canadian SMEs and the WASME support, India's SME, they can collaborate, they can have some input, and they can be competitive in the global market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now the floor is open for question answer session, because we are already late, and some of the participants are still here. They can ask questions from the panelists. Is there anybody who can ask question?
Yes.
Yes.
This is Hiran calling from Hyderabad, Ration Bio Products.
Yes.
See, we are looking forward to expand our business in Pan India as well as to the other countries. It is enzyme-based products. These are all connecting to the home care. So for this, how the WASME is going to look for my business expansion and the opportunity, I have to say thanks to the Sanjeev who has made me to come to this level actually.
See, as I have already initiated with the thing that WASME is the World Association for Small and Medium Enterprises. We are the facilitator for MSMEs across globe. We do facilitate here in credit, technology and the market access. So as an entrepreneur based at India, we have got a very good channel network that can be leveraged to empower your business.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanjeev ji. Thank you.
Yes. Anybody else? Yes. Your voice is not there. We are not audible. You are not audible. Yes. It's still not audible. You have connected through 2 channels. You have to switch off the another channel. No, you are not audible. Anybody else who can raise a question? You can just submit your question in the chat box so that I can read. Any other questions from the other participants? Any other question from the other participant?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
if I can ask a question to everyone, because I've been thinking about that. How do you reconcile, because I've come to India, even my origin is Indian, long time back in 1840. So how do you reconcile the development of SMEs, what is happening now when we talk about ICT, with the social structure and the social fabric of India? Because this is a very important issue, because we are having some issues in Mauritius, given that we are a multicultural country, and trying to develop the business sector is a big problem, because one group there's a big disparity which is growing among the different ethnic groups. I don't know about India, but my question is, when we are prescribing policies and when we are developing the SMEs and trying to develop all types of platforms, is it there that everyone is able to integrate the different platforms which are being developed? Thank you. I would wait for your answer.
Yeah, but I think Mr. Roy will keep his expertise in this particular question.
Yeah, thanks, Ambassador UK. It's a good question. I think one key difference between Mauritius and India is that whether we like it or not, India, the MSME sector is at the bottom of the pyramid. It caters for entrepreneurs and business and commerce and trade at the bottom of the pyramid. So it carries more people along with it. As we said, 60 million MSMEs are there, which provide employment to 120 to 150 million people. So probably the workforce that the SME sector generates is much more than corporate India or public sector or government by a factor of 10 times. So since it affects and attracts and works at the bottom of the pyramid, it may seem to be more inclusive. Therefore, state policies, local policies, and central government policies all have a very critical role to ensure that this sector is not neglected and is inclusive and carries everyone along, regardless of where they are, what state, caste, community, etc. I think that's one intuitive answer. And it's the largest employment generator, and as we said, it's about 40% of GDP. So it's not only for small group of people who will enjoy the benefits, it is for the larger mass of humanity. What is the difference in India is at the top end of 1% or 10%, the large business houses, they are disproportionate share of access to credit and capital, and therefore share of business. So the disparity is there more from the top 1 or top 10% and with the bottom 10 or 20%. So there is disparity, but it's not that only one group of people can enjoy or get the benefits or fruits of business. I think that probably there is scope for both groups to play a role. Obviously, the larger group and more affluent group will have a larger share, but they are like the bootstrap economy theory, that because they are spending money, they have capital expansion, they make investments, they have high profits, they have scale. Because they do well, it has a cascading effect right down to the intermediate layers and the bottom layers of industry, business, small industry, and including agriculture. So if that sector is booting itself up, the rest come up along with that. I think Mauritius may not have such a large population, and maybe only one small group enjoys the benefits of fruits of labor. So therefore, maybe even Maldives or Seychelles and some of the littoral IOR countries, maybe a small group of people only benefit, and the larger number may not be directly benefiting. In India, slightly probably different, but maybe that's my intuitive assessment, that there's no stats or facts I can give you or studies. But just by being in India, and we see the difference. I'm sure my colleagues will be able to give you more better or a different perspective if they have one.
Professor Agarwal, you want to add something?
Yeah, with due permission, if I would like to say something in question of Mr. Janki.
Yes, you can.
May I? Yeah, thanks. Mr. Janki and Mr. Pobby, first of all, thank you, Mr. Pobby. You have wonderfully explained the answer for the question of Mr. Janki. But I would like to add up something because I have more than 30 years of experience in corporate world, and for the last 4 to 5 years, I'm totally focused as a SME expert in India. And I did my management course from IIM Lucknow for the 2 years. Now, Mr. Janki, I address to your question, and rather I supplement to that, in addition to the Pobby, that in India, the SME sector is basically a highly unorganized sector. But now, when Mr. Modi came in since 2014, and especially in the year 2018 onwards, the Modi government has taken a very high and good initiative for developmental policies for this unorganized SME sector. Like each of us has already talked about the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, Atmanirbhar Bharat is basically and mainly focused for the SME sector first, because the large corporate sector, the blue chip companies, have already well-established management systems. But he and his government has focused on how to make this unorganized sector into the organized way. The result is that earlier in past, the Indian SME sectors were not actually doing the registrations or getting the white money, or they were doing the half white, half black kind of the thing. But now, most of this sector has transformed themselves through the various associations, and I appreciate the WASME has also played a very key vital role on that. That we people, the SMEs people, now have first focus on digitalization. During the last 3 years, since the digitalization concept came into, that more than 20% of the earlier strength of the SMEs has passed on, has transformed into the digitalization. Number 2, they have gone for the GST registration. Initially, there was a very high bottlenecks. The people were not comfortable to go into that. But after this 2 years time passed out and 3 years passed out, now the most of the companies are focusing that yes, we have to go into the digitalized accounting system. We have to go for the GST system, like you see in the pandemic area. Now, whoever the companies who are doing the manual work on the paper and pen, now they are doing work from home. Even the manufacturing sector, only the hardcore manufacturing people, the staff are on the establishment. Rest of the people are working through the work from home.
and work from home is totally through the digitalized mode only. Maybe the smartphone, maybe the laptops, but they are doing. So now the government, Indian government, has made the very attractive policies for booming and boosting up the SME sectors of India. And in the Mauritius, I don't know much about the Mauritius practically over there, but definitely the concept introduced in India by the Modi government can be definitely take full advantage into the other countries also. That is my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Is there any other question? Your voice is not there. I think some technical problem, or you have not raised the voice. So you have to do the settings in the voice setting. Okay. Any other question?
I think Sapna wants to ask you a question.
Yeah, actually some technical glitches are there, so we are not able to hear her voice.
Right.
So you can share the question in mail or the chat box, no issue. You can share the question. So any other questions? Okay, because we are running late, so let me just propose the vote of thanks to each and every dignitaries over there and the participants. I would like to just thank Mr. FM Jullur Rahman, Chairman Rahman Group and from Bangladesh, and Vice President of India, where Bangladesh WASME, President WASME Bangladesh, and Vice President of India WASME. Sorry, Mr. Praveen Roy, serial entrepreneur, and he is also senior advisor to WASME. Our Excellency Ambassador Professor C.K. Chanki for his excellent inputs on the topic. We have got Dr. Subra Kamal Datta, think tank right wing, for his comments and wonderful speech. Dr. K.K. Koel, Assistant Director, MSME TI, Ministry of MSME, for sharing his valuable inputs about government initiatives. Dr. Vivek Nordwall, Chairman, Eurasia, Netherlands, for his giving inputs about the cross-border selling. Ms. Sadia Lakhehal, founder, Emperia Industries Connect, Canada, for her wonderful connection of the Canadian SMEs and the Indian SMEs or MSMEs for connection and the collaboration in the future so that they can be competitive in the global market. We had a very good speaker from Bombay Stock Exchange, Sri Ajay Thakurji, CEO. He is instrumental for just making the MSME the 1,000 company, crore company like unicorn. So he has been doing valuable inputs in that. Professor Balvinder Singh, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, for her presence and valuable insights on the topic. Mrs. Sabba Banerjee, Executive Director, WASME, for her inputs about the women entrepreneurs and the sustainable development initiative by United Nations. Dr. Sarath Kohli, for giving Chairman KCC Group, for his giving inputs on the keynote address about the Atmanirbhar Bharat and how India is just signing under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister for making Atmanirbhar Bharat to the MSMEs and making the local for vocal and making them global. Very good initiative. Mr. Arijit Bhattacharya, he is the founder, Virtual Infocop, and He has been instrumental in the technology support to the MSMEs. Mr. Sushil Agrawal, Chairman, Avon Limited, for his wonderful speech, and he has been instrumental and mentor to the other SMEs, being the unicorn. Professor Amman Agrawal, for his loud and clear vision about the topic under the and also he has also given input, provided input on the finance and other things for the MSME sector. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants, for making the conference successful, and your valuable input will definitely support the MSMEs in India. And Ankit, you can just share the feedback so that everybody can just give the feedback about this topic, or and so that we can improve our system also. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all.
Okay.
Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.